and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this edition of the Dungeon Delvers Guild one-shot series. Tonight we have a game very poignantly called Think of the Children. And today we have five wonderful adventurers who are going to partake in this quest, and we shall get some introductions going, starting off here on the left.
Right. Hi, my name. Sorry, next. Hello there, everyone. My name is Washi. I will present the Death Cleric. And judging from the title of this game, seems like a very, very odd choice for actually doing this kind of quest, but whatever. Vincent is the older brother of Er- He is the older brother of Entrapta. He has basically been going around trying to recruit people, because most of he's either too tired to actually be bothered to actually do. And recently, he picked up two new squires for his pirate ship, Liquor Jr. and Cliffbait. And right now, he's just quote unquote training them into being better adventurers. And yeah, that's it.
All right. Playing some leapfrog over Theron to Calbus.
Oh, I am Alex. I'm playing Calbus, a level 12 champion fighter, wild magic barbarian, and looks like I get to be the thick boy taking all the beatings today. So, here's hoping we don't die. Or me, because then y'all will probably die, so I got potions. And that's it.
All right. Moving down the line to Ulu.
I am Yulu Katila, the daughter of many cosmic forces. Uh, I am a fathomless warlock, and I wonder how they will taste.
Ah, okay. Moving on down to Ember.
Hi, I'm Ember. Um, I haven't been in here in a while. Um, actually taking some time from myself away, but given specific circumstances, I can also stand in at the front, though I prefer not to. I am an arcane archer, so my specialty does lie a distance away.
Very good. And then back to Theron.
Arenalo High Elf Rogue. That's all you need to know.
Short and sweet as always. Go ahead, position yourselves around the guild hall as you might be on this wonderful Friday evening, enjoying a nice, relaxing afternoon. Today's pie samples are shepherd's pie, actually. They decided to go savory a bit hard for St. Patty's Day. And so, yeah, they had some savory pies to help ease the carb loading from all the alcohol.
Like, ooh, I will take at least 5 of those.
All right, the continuous mage hand swirling around just continuously drop off pie after pie after pie.
Cool, cool, cool. I'm gonna give whatever's left over to both Spoonlicker and Cliffface for doing such a good job.
Calbus will also eat all the pie with Vincent. just chomping down pie.
Do you also give them the scraps?
It's one of those things where it's like I don't clean out the bowl completely, so there's probably a solid like an inch and a half just around the edges. Now I see you do it, so I just kind of slide it over to them and just bring me more pie.
Another.
Bring
That's
me
pie on the ground.
I know it's not the character you're playing, but roll me either a stealth or a sleight of hand check for Spoonlicker Jr.
Oh no, I already have his page
Oh, good. Okay.
up. That's what I was gonna ask. Let me see. Stealth or what? Sleight of hand.
Stealth or sleight of hand, your choice.
Okay, I am better at stealth, so I'll just do sleight of hand. Wow.
uh, you know, you slide it over there, and Spoonlicker has become very good at reading Rusty's cues and knowing when he's busy and when he's not really paying attention, and he's able to enjoy the scraps of your hand without
He
getting into trouble.
just has PTSD
Yeah, he's also very
from
hungry right
eating
now.
pie. Okay.
He's been working like a full 12-hour shift without actually getting a break because Rusty received a letter about a possible transfer, and
Yeah.
he wasn't too happy about that. So yeah, he's putting he figures he might not have Spoonlicker for too much longer, so he's gonna be working him to death. Hey, I don't pay you to eat, okay? I pay you so the way you can eat on your time, but my time is my time, and you're gonna work.
You don't feed me anything.
Yeah, exactly.
You
You
just
want
gotta
food? Buy it.
just gotta sniffles, just like, and just goes about.
I'll slide Spoonlicker a full pie.
All
out,
right,
of-
I
out
will
of pure
try.
out of pure pity.
All right, another another sleight of hand or stealth, but this time at disadvantage because now he's watching him a bit more carefully.
Okay, so obviously 8.
Yeah. You go to slide the full pie over to him, and Calvis, you see this mage hand just pick the pie right up out of Spoonlicker's hands and take it over to another table.
I'm gonna look at Rusty. Rusty, I'll give you a gold to let this man eat a pie.
He's eating it cold later. And
I'll give you
takes
2
the
gold if
pie-
he can eat it right now in the next 30 seconds, the whole pie. I want to see if he can hold it.
Roll a persuasion check at advantage because you and Rusty know each other.
Yeah, my +0, guys. All right, that's not bad.
All right. Rusty is convinced. All right, Spoonlicker. Let's see what you can do.
All right,
See if you live up to your name.
I'll knock 2 gold out of my inventory as I basically pay to watch the show.
Spoonlicker, a con save, please.
I
will.
just
Before
start
you roll, okay. The DC is 13.
I just start
Okay.
pounding it. Chug, chug, chug.
Worthless.
Oh, he gets halfway through and he gets a nice glob of peas, and it just gets stuck right in the throat. And is he eating at the table?
So, he's eating at the edge of the table, so technically, yeah.
Okay. Calvis and Vincent, a deck save, please.
Oh, can I, as I'm deck saving, just kick the stool out from under him so if he vomits, it sprays up and lands on his face when he's on his back rather than on me. So, just like bam, kick him out the way.
If you roll, yes, you do that. You see the inevitable coming, and luckily.
Oh, I clicked the wrong one. Hold on, give me a sec. Vincent.
This is not how I thought this evening would start.
Hey man, we
there
have
we
to have
go.
fun
Well.
before we get murdered. So
Yep. Well, Vincent, luckily, that save was not really necessary because Spoonlicker did not pass the contested deck saves there, so he ends up flat on his back and he is just vomiting profusely. And you see a mage hand bring a mop and a bucket over.
clean yourself up,
And
man.
you just hear, and then you see Rusty himself. Like, you ever play cornhole, and you know how those players have that adept little wrist flick to toss the bags onto the board? He basically does one of those with a clean rag and just lands right over his face. Like, you can tell he has done this many times. Clean it up. All right. So now that that's happening down here in this corner, Ulu, what are you doing up at the bar besides watching this?
Hey, exactly. She's pretty much just watching, just like waiting for, if anything is going to like pop onto the quest board eventually. But like every once in a while ordering a drink, one of her hair tentacles just like picks it up, like drinks it for her, as she just sits there and watches, shaking her head occasionally.
All right. Theron, what are you doing?
Well, Theron's just sitting up here at the bar asking Rusty, what's the strongest thing you got today?
I got this good little gnomish mead. Tell you what, they know how to brew it extra stout.
Is it in bottles?
I got a couple bottles of it here.
How much each?
Let's say 3 gold.
I'll take 10.
Well, I only got 6.
I'll take 6.
All right, he gets
Can I
you your
attempt
6
to-
bottles.
I'll give him enough gold for 6, and I'll give him a 5 gold tip.
He nods his head and thanks you, and continues to clean his glass perpetually. At this point, I don't think there's much of a glass in his hand. It's just that the rag is just permanently in that curved position. Imber, what are you doing, good sir?
I would think after an extended hiatus and having a bit of draw, if not a tiny bit of guilt going on for not questing, not helping out the people of nearby areas, he would be coming into the guild and seeing the pies and festivities around, and not pay too much attention. Maybe grab one out of the air as it's passing by if it's small enough, like a hand pie, and munch on it as he takes a look at the quest board.
Okay. Yeah, there are various size pies. Some for full tables, some for individual people. So there would be a small, almost like a pot pie sized pie floating by that you could grab. So up on the board, there's not a lot up there. Seems to be pretty clean, pretty cleared out. A couple little help wanted, a few postings for a cat tree, goblin mine, the standard, the usual. But as you're standing up there, a gentleman comes rushing in, wearing somewhat fine clothes, but you can tell he's also been traveling long and hard. Runs up to the board and posts up a new posting, and then as quick as he has it up there, he turns around and runs back out. You can see that he is probably moving on to another location to put up another posting. That he's probably just a hired help to put up the postings. But if you go over and read it, you see that it is a request for a group of adventurers to come to Holland's Rest to assist the Merchant Guild with a distressing situation. It seems that their leader's son has been killed. They assume they only found some burnt clothing, and this is being noted as the last abduction in a long line of abducted children. And they request some adventurers to come and assist. What do you do?
Well, as Ember sees the quick jab of the post into the board, he would let the one flyer drop back flat against the board, and then step over a little bit and just say, well, I guess Barnaby's gonna need a different savior to get him out of that tree. And then take a closer look at the new seemingly urgent flyer here. In reading it, his hair would stand on end, not very noticeably, but yeah, this is an issue that he would like to take down. I guess I would just look around, see if there's anyone I could rile up to group together for this.
Okay. Real quick, everyone else, roll me a perception check. Ulu at advantage since you were
I have dragon senses. I have advantage
Keeping an
to.
eye on things.
well, you were actively watching the board for new quests to pop up, so
Right. But where is
no,
okay.
that is perfectly acceptable, Kwashi.
Nice.
Oh wow, would you look at that?
We're all pretty perceptive with our pluses. We're all pretty good at that.
Yeah.
Mops, sadly.
Mops.
I'm gonna accidentally, quote unquote, knock my not quite empty pipe on the floor. Spoon liquor! There's a mess here.
He is completely demoralized. 100%. Because not only has he royally embarrassed himself in front of, one of the higher level guild members, but he's also now being punished for it in multiple ways.
Hey, come here. Hold your hand out, Spoon Liquor. I slip Spoon Liquor a single platinum. Keep up the good work.
Demoralized is all setting. Yes. I will, however, Vincent, say that Spoon Liquor currently has on inspiration for his next game.
That's
he's
perfectly
not looking
fine.
too good.
He goes
He's
to
not
hug
looking-
me and I push him away. You're covered in vomit, dude. No, get away from me. You're gross.
You.
Alright. Well, while Calvis is having this side conversation, everyone else noticed the message carrier come running in, post the job, and then leave, as well as Ember up there looking at it. What do you all do? Besides watch Spoon Liquor walk across a man's stomach.
I will, I guess, point out to Calbus is just like, oh, we haven't gotten a quest in, well, when was the last time we went to the Phoenix thing? It was like, what, 6?
I don't know, like last week. I got this cool looking robe. I don't know. We should probably
Got
try
shield.
something. Yeah.
Mhm. We should probably get something new. Looks over to the quest board.
Yeah, I got
There's something
nothing.
over here.
I got nothing to do. I was supposed to go out and do stuff with Durakar, but I think he's drunk somewhere, as per
Mhm.
usual. Also, look at this cloak. Look how cool it is.
It's just like,
Oh wait, I want to see the picture. That's not the picture. I'm gonna float it around. Is it this?
what, you got pictures?
Ah, damn it. Yeah, I can't get the picture to show. It's not working. Dumb. Anyway.
These you got. He will basically do the same with his shield, just kind of show it off. And he's basically be like, I got a really nice set of stuff last time. I think it would be good to see if we could get some other stuff.
All right. Oh, hey, look, I haven't seen Ember in a minute. He's over there.
Oh, really? Oh.
Ember.
Yeah,
What's up?
I would have actually. I think I would have started turning and walking towards the table.
Oh, want some pie? We got extra. Not the floor pie though.
I'm fine. I ate mine and I'm not really.
All right.
There are children in danger.
Oh.
I'm
guessing you want to go save them.
am asking for you to help me go save them. Yes, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, sure. Let's go.
Yeah, man, that's cool.
Let me go grab my sword. I don't just have it on me. I have to go grab my armory. Give me like 20
just
minutes.
No, hold on. Vincent just stops you. It's just like, no, you're doing it wrong. Spoon Liquor, flip face. Get this man their shield.
I already paid you Spoon Liquor, so...
Find them! I don't care.
Oh, I really need to get myself a butler.
Spoonlicker turns to go, and he makes it to the door, and there's a hand there, and all of a sudden you see a spectral hand slap him upside the back of the head. Hey, whose clock are you on right now? Get back to mopping. So you currently do not have Spoonlicker. You do, however,
Oh.
have Cliffface.
I didn't make a stat for Cliffface, but
That's fine.
I'm guessing he have to roll like strength save. I'll just use Spoonlicker stats.
Yes.
So
Cool.
speaking to no one in particular, Ember just you know, as heroes, that doesn't stop when we're in the guild itself. After seeing this interaction with Spoonlicker.
Mhm.
I
No,
mean, yeah, you're right. There should be better examples. I paid him though. I gave him a platinum and 2 gold for his time, and I don't think I treated him bad, but I will reflect. I'm gonna go get my
I
stuff.
mean-
I will reflect on my walk, and I leave.
I saved him, brought him a nice place of employment, put a roof over his head. You know, I think like I've given enough. This is just maturity at this point.
Could
Let him.
I'll be back. I leave.
before I leave, can I attempt to reverse pickpocket Spoonlicker?
Yes.
Spoonlicker's gonna get all kinds of money from people without even knowing it's there.
Sleight of hand check versus his. I'll either say his passive, or you can actually roll a perception check.
Wait, should I do perception then sleight of hand, or
No. So it'd be a contested. So you roll a sleight of hand, and then Vincent, you can pick either his passive, or you can actually roll a perception check.
I was gonna say,
I do not care. I don't care what happens to Spoonlicker.
I
So I'm just gonna
I don't
for him.
think it's possible for
I don't-
a level
I don't-
11 rogue to be beaten on
Hey,
a sleight of hand check.
Man,
So,
it was close. It's surprising. It was closer than I thought it would be. Congratulations. You have gotten 2 gold and 1 platinum. Actually,
no, I wanted
Oh,
to
you want to
reverse.
reverse? Oh, you want reverse?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Then yes. What are you putting into his pocket?
Let's see, what can I put in his pocket that'll be funny?
a bean.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh no.
That might cause a lot of damage to the guild.
That's true.
I mean, that's more mess for him to clean up. So
You know what? How many beans do I have left?
I was joking, but I'm here for this.
yes.
I got 9 beans. Well, on the other hand, he also might eat it. I'll put 24 gold in his pocket.
Okay.
24 beans.
24
gold. Gold.
Oh, okay.
Sweet
I don't have that
Jesus.
many beans.
24
Oh,
beans.
okay, then.
Holy smokes! You would destroy
Oh.
the city. All right. Well, congratulations. You have put 24 gold into his pocket. So, Swashi, you can note that on Spoonlicker's
Yeah.
sheet.
I'm not even playing this character. Already getting more gold. Than the rest.
Man, it's gotta suck for you when Spoonlicker lives and you die. Okay, so Ember, I will say for your stern rebuke of Calbus's and Vincent's behavior, you have yourself some DM inspiration for the game.
Uh-huh.
Look at you being an example for the rest of the guild.
You know what? How about this?
Okay.
If Theron survives the game, we'll try to put a bean in his pocket.
Fair
Just see
enough.
What happens?
All right. Theron now has plot armor. Just kidding. Anyway, okay. So the 3 of you guys are gathering. Ulu and Theron, you all see them, huddling up, and then Calvus go walking off. What are you guys doing?
I am not sure. I have 2 individuals.
Yeah. I don't think I know Ulu. Do I? No, I know Ulu from like metagaming, but I don't think I've ever played with her.
Like Vincent? Yeah, I don't think Vincent knows Ulu. Does
Yeah.
he?
No.
But I sneak up behind them.
Sure. Roll a.
Oh.
Are you attempting to like read the form over their shoulder?
Yeah, and maybe creep them out a bit.
Roll me a stealth check. Just because it's low enough, Vincent and Ember are perception checks.
Julio.
Right.
Yep. You stealth right up behind them, and I imagine you just sort of like whisper in your ear, be like, "What kind of quest you going on?" And thoroughly startle both of them.
Immediately pulls out sword. Okay.
Pretty much.
He just kind of looks at it. It's just like, apparently they're children that need helping. And the 3 of us were planning on going on it. You in?
Got nothing else to do.
With a 6 perception, I don't think I would be able. I don't think I would be able to see. Or do you want me to roll like another one?
If you are now actively looking for other people to go ahead and roll another perception check.
Oh, 19, better.
Yep, you definitely see a tentacled female sitting up at the bar, drinking, and actually actively watching you, since you took a flyer, or you have a flyer for a job that she was waiting for or looking for.
All right, Vincent will look over and just be like, "Hey, hentai bait, you willing to come on a quest with us?"
Oh, the subject matter?
Basically says as he looks at you and looks at the quest, is just like, should we really? This feels like a very bad pairing, small children and tentacles. But you know what? I'll go with it. As he basically just kind of looks at,
Facepalm.
he's just like, "Oh yeah, there are some kids that need helping." Yes, there are some kids that need helping.
Well, I guess I'll have to prove it wasn't me. So yeah, I'll come along.
Hey,
All tools for good can be used as weapons for evil and vice versa.
All right. So. Oh. Anyway, all right. So looking over the note, you see that it asks you to make all haste to Holland's Rest, which is down along the coast. Let's see if I can do this correctly. I think if I just drag everyone over to here. So Holland's Rest is right down here on the coast. So a fairly easy travel. Yep, it's only 11 feet away. You should be there probably about 2 seconds.
I don't know.
12 feet, nah, maybe 3. So it asks you to make all haste there and to go to the Merchant Guild leader's house there to speak with Brian, who will show you in to see him. Before we head out, is there anything that people wish to buy? Any potions, items, last will and testaments to have written?
fine. Oh yeah, I do not. I will buy. I need to really give a mental note on how potions are actually sold again. One of the places. Potions.
I will say I've bought throughout today at the shops. I've bought myself a superior healing potion, some greater healing potions, a couple resistance potions of different types, a potion of water breathing, and a potion of growth. I got a whole satchel of just potions
Potions and lotions.
Because my walking potion shop is not here today, so I have to
Well,
carry my own.
I am okay.
Let me see. 400 plus 300, 500. Right, so
What?
900. I will take. Sorry, go ahead. Oh,
No, that's. I don't think I got everything in that
Yeah.
because that sounded like two very incorrect conclusions to 400 plus 500.
400 plus 500, 900. I was calculating
Okay.
as it went along.
Because
All right, we're good.
I definitely
Yeah.
heard the wrong. I was like, that's not the right math. What?
I was just
Uh,
rolling with it.
Yeah, right.
as you should. I will take 400. I will take 4 greater healing potions and 1 superior healing potion, which brings me up to, if my math is not wrong, 1300.
All right.
Sounds right.
Okay. Yay. Okay, I can do math.
Well,
Just out of. Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead.
Just if it's acceptable, I was going to buy 2 rings before we left.
What rings are they? I mean, if they're on the buyer's guide, then you are free to buy
They
whatever
are.
you want. Then by all means, purchase. You have the coin.
I
Khajiit has the wares.
have plenty of coin. Khajiit will be happy. One thing, it's not on the buying guide.
Okay.
Like, by any chance, would anyone nearby be selling a bag of holding?
Oh, that's not on stuff?
I don't think it's on there.
Nah, I don't think it is.
Selling? No, but you can look at me, have mine. Sorry.
No. If you are if you are offering, then that is something that happened in game.
Would you be willing to sell it?
Nope.
Oh, you said no?
No.
Oh, cool.
That's also why I said sorry.
Oh, no worries.
Because I taunted you.
Okay, gotcha. That's something that if it's not on the buying guide, then I'm not going to make a decision
Okay.
without
Got it.
mod input and or approval. Unless Alex, you want to jump in?
I don't know how we're doing that yet.
Then that's how it's gonna go.
If we can later, you can always just buy it out of game later. So
I see it. I just want to get some points so I can have 2 of them at the same time, just for that reason.
Oh god. Nope, not that reason. Alright. Then if everyone has everything, and assuming I did this correctly, as you're walking along, pretend that this is starting to get dark, and it becomes dusk. And you see over here, off to the side, is a lovely little campfire.
you can make it dusk.
Well, not on this map.
Do you have dynamic lighting on? You just turn the thing down.
I don't wanna.
Okay.
So, because of how late it was in the day when you all set out, you realize that you're not gonna be able to make it there. So, we have a lovely little camping site for you all. If you would like to camp here, or if you'd like to push through and take a level of exhaustion, or risk the level of
I'm
exhaustion.
a post up. I'm sleeping.
You're sleeping.
Sleeping. Or I'm going to go to sleep.
All right. Are you guys posting watches? Are you?
Well, speaking of posting up, I would like to get my head above the tree line and see the surrounding area, just kind of case it a little bit.
It's wooded, fairly thick, but not impenetrable. However, with you being that high up, roll me a. Roll me a straight con check.
Okay.
you smell something, but it's like a whiff of like a skunk. Like it's not quite right, but it's not nothing that you would be like,
In that
oh,
case, on
that's
my way
clearly
down,
something.
I would inform others. Well, there's at least animals nearby,
Okay.
which probably isn't too surprising, but you know,
Um,
any bears on our stuff
If needed, I can just go into a trance
or
and
owls.
rest that way, since I can wake up at the earliest sign of trouble.
Ulu would be like, if any of you really need to rest, get your rest, mortals. I will watch over you as you dream.
Oh, dope.
Can I trance in the tree by any chance?
Sure. Roll me. Are you like just straight climbing up there and just perching yourself up there?
I guess climbing up. With
Okay,
like
but I
a,
mean, how are you staying in the tree?
I'll find a sturdy branch, and then just go into a trance.
Yeah, I'll say
It's
you
like
can
my
do that.
senses are still up.
I'll say you can do that.
Thank you.
Uh,
Also just
all
keep
right.
my-
Well then, if you're staying up to keep watch, Ulu, go ahead and roll me 3 perception checks.
I would love to. Also, I have draconic, so I have advantage on wisdom perception checks.
Okay.
One, two, three. Oh, I didn't do all that well.
Okay, well, luckily for you, your first two are fairly uneventful. Nothing really big going on. Although you do notice that there's not quite as many birds or insects that you would expect camping out in the forest. Uh, However, as it starts to become day, roll me a con save. Or con check.
Okay.
Not a save, con check, sorry. Okay, no, yeah, you really don't notice anything, but you hear something start to move through the forest up here in this direction. And judging by it, you sense that it's something quite big, and it will be here probably in the next couple of minutes.
Alright, has everyone gotten their sleep by this point?
Yes, everyone. You're probably looking at about like 5 a.m. or so. So it's starting to be about that time when you could get people up and everything, but.
Okay, well, if I feel that there is something coming at us, I would attempt to wake up my party members.
Alright, who do you start to wake up first?
Probably Calbus, as I seem to be located right next to him.
Okay. You wake up Calvis.
What? What?
There seems to be something coming.
Oh, okay. Well, just point me in the direction and I'll go see, I guess.
Okay, she points.
I reach for my sword and I stand up slowly and kind of walk slowly that way. Like, alright, let's
As
do
you
this.
stand up and start walking towards there, you see, emerging from the tree line, with the other 3 still asleep.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm gonna rub my eyes. Is this a giant plant? What? Is this a tentacled leaf thing? Is this something you made? This doesn't look real.
This is not my doing.
It doesn't.
I assure you.
Alright, well, just go wake everybody else up, I guess. Alright.
Okay, well, you see how it has leaves? I don't do leaves. That's not me.
Oh, fine. Alright, I'm up. I'm here. Oh, let's go.
So, feel free to all roll initiative. Now, well, Ember, Vincent, and Theron, you are all still asleep.
Can I say one quick thing?
Yes.
Just, technically, I only need 4 hours to sleep. Just
Okay, so would you have woken up?
Probably within 4 hours, he would have just been, like, messing around with the stick.
Okay, then I will say that you are awake. Ooh,
Spicy.
who are we missing?
I forgot to put click on my character. It's been a while. I'm
Oh.
sorry.
13.1.
Do, do,
Well, I think I
do.
still. Well, yeah. I was gonna say mine is just +4 with a 13. So, put whoever you want first. Pew, 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 pew.
Do. You said yours is a +4?
Yep.
Okay.
Mine. I just have tiebreaker on.
Ah.
All right. Okay. Then first up is the corpse flower, which is going to shamble 5, 10, 15. And it's going to make 3 tentacle attacks.
Rude.
One against Ulu and 2 against Calvis, because you do seem to be the tougher person. So,
I would hope
first
so.
one to Ulu. 24 to hit.
Oof.
Yeah, that hits.
For 5 bludgeoning damage and a DC 14 con save, please. Or saving throw. Saving throw, yeah. Just pass. And it's not even a half damage, so you take no additional damage. 13 and a 17 to Calpus.
No, I just kind of hold my greatsword up in front of it. It's just like, ping, ping. So no, both of those miss. My AC is higher than that.
Well, you see the flower reach in to its writhing mass of tentacles on top and pulls out a body as a zombie appears,
Ugh.
and it's going to make another attack against you, Calvis.
No.
7 hit.
No, I see the zombie and I'm like, Vincent, get your ass up. These things are yours.
All right, and that is its turn, and it's now Vincent. You're being yelled at, but you are currently asleep. However, I will say you can roll a perception check to see if you hear DC 13.
Gotcha. Why is it not loading? Alright. I guess I'm still
Yep, you stay asleep, but you'll wake up after this turn. So you are now awake, but you missed this. Calvis.
Alright, just rolls over.
That's rude. All right, seeing him not waking up, I'm just gonna have my wild magic kind of sparkle around me, and I'm gonna go into a rage, and I need to find the thing I'm looking for here. Oh,
That little T8.
Yeah, I gotta find where's my table. Give me my table. It's somewhere. My D8 table is not where I want it to be. Here we go. 6. I'm surrounded by multicolored protective lights. I gain a +1 bonus to AC, and everyone within 10 feet around me also gets a +1 to AC while they're within 10 feet of me. I'm gonna make it orange. Do you want to make that so everyone can see it?
Yep.
Cool. So right now I'm just gonna put a little, so I don't forget what it is. So my AC is up by 1. All right. So that's, that is my bonus action. So my ally is not the zombie. So I'm gonna step over here, and I am going to take a attack at this.
Does a 23 hit you?
Rude. Yeah, it does. For 1 damage or 2.
You take 9.
9.
Because it was a crit. Sorry,
Oh.
it was a net 20. Oh, do I have? How do I turn this off? I thought I turned it off. It's in roll 20, isn't it?
What?
The whisper GMs.
Oh yeah. Well, I see 23. I just forgot. It just isn't as bright
okay.
because it's dark mode. So 9. So reduced.
9,
Okay.
reduced to 5.
Cool. That works for me. I'm just not happy at that zombie now. But whatever. I'm gonna attack this big old thing here. My first attack. It's a great sword attack for 13 to hit.
That actually hits.
All right. So it takes 21 damage. And then you know what? I'ma try it and see if a Great Weapon Master hit will hit, because why not? Natural 20 for 31, 41, 43 damage.
All right.
And I think that's oh, and because I crit, until the start of my next turn, it has disadvantage on all attack rolls, and it also has its speed reduced by 10 feet until the start of my next turn because I just randomly hit it. So yeah, it's got disadvantage on everything, and it's slower, and it took all that damage. So, 50-something damage, I think. But that is that is my turn.
Okay. Ulu, you just saw
64.
Calbus
Bam.
do a slash up that seemed to sever off a tentacle, and then he just brought his great sword down and cleaved a nasty gash right in the side of it. And you can see that it is writhing in pain.
Is it still what? So it's moving? You're telling me?
Yes, it is still moving.
Okay. As a bonus action, I'm going to use Misty Step and relocate to here. And then I'm going to use my action to shoot it with an Eldritch Blast.
Oh, roll those hits.
Oh, hold on. Let me find it. I'm sorry, there's so many options. Where is that at? Oh, there.
That warlock thing.
At the very top.
Yes. Those both do hit. Do you have anything special about them in terms of like moving it or whatever?
Hold on.
Okay.
I only ever take Agonizing Blast, of course, which I don't know why, but like every time I have to fix this, that's +5 to them. Let me go in here and fix that real quick.
That's fine.
Where is that at? Alright. Yep. So the next one will be accurate.
Well, that 26 would still hit, so...
Right, but I just wanted to clear up the damage roll. As a matter of fact, I actually didn't even have to roll that to do that, but I wasn't even thinking.
No, you're good.
So yeah, so 9 again, so 18.
It'd be 18 plus 5, so 23 total.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Theron, your turn. You see 2 sleeping people and this big creature. Yes.
From the tree, can this beastie see me?
You gather that it can. The way that it crawled immediately to your party.
Could I steady aim while on the tree and take a shot at it? Or should I get off?
I would say that you would need to get out of the tree to do that.
I get out of the tree.
Okay.
May I use a bonus action to hide?
Sure. And let's just see. Ooh, it's really good on the wisdom saves. Nope. It does not know where you are. It is purely focused on the shiny thing that just slashed it hard.
Then I'll take a shot at it with my bow.
Okay.
And would that be advantage due to me, hidden?
I believe so if you're hidden, correct? Someone else can correct me if I'm wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Then yes.
I do want to reroll the 20 though.
Yeah, Elvish accuracy feat.
Yay.
That's why.
Hey.
Oh man, your sneak
Alright.
attack's about to do a bunch of
So-
damage.
Basic damage is
It's actually plus
guess that's-
3 on top of that, so it's 15. I'll do the math for you. I got you.
that's also plus 5. I don't know. That's the attack.
Yes, so it's 24 plus 36. 75.
Alright, well, how do you kill it?
I release an arrow and it goes straight through it.
Alright, well, you release this arrow, and it just pierces right through, and you don't know what exactly it hit, but you hear this disgusting, almost like popping sound as your arrow just passes through, and it is dead. However, there's still a zombie roaming the field. Is
Yes,
that your
before my
turn?
Before it's over, could I yell to Ember?
Sure, you could yell.
I'd yell, "Wake up, zombies! They want your brains!"
Ember, you are up. Go ahead and roll me a perception check at advantage since they yelled. You
Sure
wake
thing.
up in a jolt, and you are prone. I will say that you suffer no disadvantages on your attack, but you will still need half movement to stand up.
Alright. Let's half movement that and lift my strung bow out of my bag of holding to not hit the not moving target anymore and just hit the other one.
Alright, roll that attack.
I probably recognize the smell and just sort of understand what's going on. You know what? I don't think that I'm super awake, so I'm just gonna go for some regular attacks instead of the other one. Bam, bam, bam.
All 3 hit. How do you kill it? It would be your third arrow that kills it.
That's fine. I just woke up. These are all center of mass. Nothing serious. Oh. All right. Yep. That's what it was. I'll just retrieve my my arrows.
As you get closer, the smell is absolutely revolting, and you gather that at least Calbus and Ulu, seeing that it pulled this rotting zombie out from inside, that there are probably similar corpses in the middle of it.
Oh, that was gross.
Just turn over, just saying, what happened?
You think it's
What's going
gross?
on?
It actually touched me.
Yeah. As my rage fades, like it was more of like I just got woken up and I was annoyed more so than actually angry. She's like, all right, fine. I guess we're good to go then. Sure. We should probably get on our way to wherever we're going.
Do any of the corpse visible look noticeably childlike?
Roll me an investigation check.
Ooh, I'm good at that. Theoretically.
No, they all look like normal adult-sized humanoids.
Okay, I guess I'll try to wrap my pack while minimally breathing.
You said that they were corpses?
Well, Well, they threw one at us, and I point over at the zombie that hit me. It's over there by you. You see it.
Just like see corpses. Are there any more? Can I like check inside to see if I find any more corpses?
Roll me an investigation check.
About to go grave. Right? No.
You could see that there's a couple more. It looks like. Picture it more like a big pot of stew. That you imagine that there's probably a couple corpses in there, but you'd have to go fishing to find the whole ones. There's some pieces floating in there. There's some, a couple hands, a random head. You imagine there's a couple whole ones in there somewhere, but nothing purely visible.
Mm-hmm. I'll have Spoon Liquor and Clayface come back for these. But yeah, sure, we'll just move on.
Just out of curiosity, does this look salvageable?
What do you mean?
Could I possibly claim it and have like the guild potentially bring it back for me?
You could roll me a nature check. So you've heard tales of doing circles of large necrotic plants, and you surmise that based off of the magic and the energy required for these things to live, that they probably don't have a good longevity unless taken care of right away. So you have a very fine window in terms of being able to like preserve or take care of it.
I don't mean to keep it alive. I just mean to its body parts.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that it's so it's called a corpse flower. So it lives off of death, so it's already on the verge of constant decay. So if you don't have magic there right away to stabilize the decay process, it just destroys itself very quickly as there's nothing left sustaining it.
Could I look for Vince? Oh, yeah. I'd look for Vince and ask, do you have anything that can stop this?
I'll just be like, I'm not too keen on saving plants. But can I use Spare the Dying on it? Or would that be too much?
No, I'd say that you could cast Spare the Dying on it.
Alright. Vincent will basically go kneel, put his hands over it, kind of just shake it up. It's just like, you ain't dying yet. I can make some soup out of you. And I will cast Spare the Dying. Also, alright, we said that this is a fully grown adult, not a child, right?
Yes.
Okay, this might be a bit too much, but can I use Speak with Dead to get more information from him?
Okay. Sure.
Okay. So I'm guessing it's Ghost or whatever is back up, right?
Yeah, there's something inside that is answering.
Okay, cool.
How many questions did you get?
5.
Okay. Let's count them
Okay. All right. I will ask him about the missing children. It's just like, okay, there are some children missing. Do you know any information about that?
Only
Yes, sir.
orphans.
Just the orphans. Okay. Right. Let me see. Is this plant somehow connected to this?
What plant?
He points to okay. He points to this one, this plant, this giant thing right here. Is this connected in any way?
I would direct your attention to the corpse knows only what it knew in life.
Ah, gotcha. That makes sense. Okay, that's my bad.
So,
Um,
from its answer, I would just help you here. From your answer, you surmise that it doesn't know how it died or what killed it.
okay. Ah,
Hey, screw you guys. I'm doing the best I can right now, okay? Stupid
um,
necromancer.
yeah. All right. So let me see. Um. So it's beggars' children. Well, so we know they're orphans and stuff like that. Have you seen or heard anything about the merchant guild's son?
Know him personally.
Wait, did he say no, or does he say no? He knew them personally.
He says that he knew him personally.
Hmm. Any information about his sons? How to find them?
Lives with his parents.
Ah, yeah, that's very helpful. So that's 3. Let me
That's
see.
4.
That's 4. Okay. Before I check this up, anybody else wants to get asked like a bright question before, Something I might be missing because I feel like I've exhausted most of my questions at this point. I'm almost tempted to see that, but yeah. Let me see. Uh, well, it's not connected to this. Have there been any whispers around the town of any like strange creatures or anything like that, or sightings before you died?
No.
Okay. Well, kind of just looks at that and it's just like, oh, now you tell me to wait. I guess yeah, that would be it. No, it's fine. It's fine. I should have waited. I would just kind of look at him and just kind of like pat him on the face. You did well. Too bad. Not rating you.
And the body just sort of shudders and collapses.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that the Spare the Dying doesn't actually. Well, let me ask you this. Do you know what's the cantrip that prevents bodies from becoming
Gentle
zombies?
repose.
Yeah.
That's a second level spell right there.
That is, yes, it is. And no, I do not have that for some reason.
Okay. I will say that just for the act of this, that Spare the Dying is acting, since this is a plant, is acting in a similar way to Gentle Repose. So.
All right, gotcha.
But on a shorter duration.
Could I ask one quick thing?
Okay,
Yes.
gotcha. So yeah, I'll just guess that.
I'd probably grab Vince and ask, do you know of any way we can contact the guild? Because I need to bring this back to it.
Kind of looks up in his head, is just be like, call Spoonlicker and Cliffface, but they're too far away, and I don't have any way to contact them. Plus, I feel like they would probably get eaten if this thing comes back, so probably someone stronger.
Do I overhear this?
Theron, are you trying to be sneaky about this?
No, I'm not. I just need to bring this back to the guild.
Then sure. Yes, you overhear it.
All right. Well, I'm going to use my intraplanar metal band ring and just, hey, Farah, someone here wants to keep a bunch of plant matter and bring it back to the guild. Can you let people know? I don't know. It doesn't look very appealing, but he wants it. That was a direct line, by the way, to
Okay. I don't know how Farah would respond, but I'm gonna say that if you want to, over the course of the next, hour or so, since you're having to act as an intermediary, Ember, you and Theron could basically work out some sort of plan to have a small squad come down to this location to collect the corpse flower and take it back.
Could I also ask him to relay a message with it?
I mean,
That's
sure,
a
ask him.
2-point
Yeah,
messenger system.
I mean, would you mind?
Well, what kind of message are you going for? I'm not gonna do anything secretive.
I'm just gonna say, can you just ask him to tell Rusty that this goes to the Dragonborn?
Okay. Yeah.
You'll know which one.
Hey, when you get there, the specifics of it are that it's for a Dragonborn, I guess. And end call.
All right. So while that all takes place, you do all get the benefit of a long rest. So you get your full health, you get your spell slots, you get your rage, you get your arrows back, but you got those anyways, so it's not really a huge deal.
I have a stockpile in my bag.
I'm just going to clump you all up here as you as you slowly make your way to the wonderful town of Holland's Rest, and you find yourself in front of the Guild Merchant Master's home, which is a very large, very stately affair. You all see.
That is quite a house.
It is. You learn from the locals that it used to belong to a local lord, but then the guild moved in and, through the power of their purse, basically pushed him aside and have taken over his residence as their offices and the guildmaster's location. And I'm just going to help you a little bit. As you approach the main entranceway, you see a gentleman standing there with he's carrying a walking stick, but he also has a ledger with him. And he walks up and introduces, yes, my name is Brian. I assume you are from the Dungeon Delvers Guild, correct?
Just nods. Yeah, that is us.
Excellent, excellent. If you will follow me, and he leads you through several rooms, approaches this, and my master, Frederick, and his wife, Camilla, these are the members of the Dungeon Delvers Guild who received our request for aid. And inside you see a lady seated behind the desk with her husband standing off to the side looking through some ledgers. Both of them humans, very fine clothing. Inside the room you see is a small personal library with many first edition books, many magical items of various degrees of power, just sort of scattered about. Well, it's about time we got here. I assume that you got my message?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. Well, something has been terrorizing our poor little town here, and I'm going to stop the playful music because that doesn't really fit here. What's a good music here? I have no idea what even half of this music is. We're just going to go back to this one. For a while it was just the poor orphan children who were getting taken, and, that's fine. There's plenty of them, but they took my son. And we searched and searched, but all we found were some dirt clothing. Brian, show him the clothing. And Brian reaches down into a small box and pulls out what appear to be some fine children-sized attire, charred and singed. So, it's simple. You find the monster responsible, you bring me its head, and you recover my son's body if possible, and I'll reward you handsomely with gold and magic items. As you can see, I'm well endowed with both.
Through.
That's probably all you're well endowed with. I don't say that under my breath. I say that loud enough for him to hear.
To be clear, we will be searching as vigorously for those beggar children as well.
I mean, I am just to piss him off. I don't care about his son.
I don't care what else you find. Just bring me the monster's head and my son's body. You at least should have a decent burial.
I have a question.
Yes.
Are like these books?
Yes.
You will be skimming the titles, reading what they're called.
You see that there are a lot of first edition books of various subjects. He seems to be somewhat of a collector of knowledge. There's both arcane and mundane knowledge located here. Your traditional histories, your lore books, and things like that.
Excellent.
Lore.
Is there anything in particular that catches my eye? Sorry, I just looked over and saw Vin.
No, I should have anticipated that knowing your character. Roll me a perception check.
Who, me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, the wrong one, sorry. Perception. 1, 2, because of two credit senses. I didn't have to roll another one because it was automatically rolling at advantage.
Yep.
Never mind.
So you see a book somewhat down lower on the shelf that is just called Warlock Patrons and their True Power Source.
Well, it's always good to know about one's enemies. I would plant the book, look at them, and go, how much for the book?
You find my son, you can have it.
I'll be back for this book.
Could Nilo try something very quick here?
Sure.
I want to be right here, so I'm within 15 feet of all of them.
Okay.
And I would like to use an item if that's acceptable. Can I attempt to use it sleight of hand for stealth? I don't want them to.
What is the item?
My silver lupin chime.
Your silver lupin chime?
Do you want me to post it?
If you could, please, yes.
Oh, that's.
Ooh, interesting. Sure. Roll a sleight of hand check. So you go under the guise of, let's say, looking at some of the books on here, and you pull out this small little chime, and you're just sort of holding it, and it does start to ring a little, very faintly, very softly.
I suppose I'll keep that in mind and I guess before I walk out, I'll ask Cal or Calbus if he can come with me for a moment.
Sure, I don't feel like anything else is getting taken care of in here right now.
Well,
Boop, boop,
it
boop.
seems like you are already on the case, so I'll let Brian here give you all the details. And he goes back to his books as his wife is just quietly. You could tell that she is very stoic. That she has been fighting a lot of emotions lately.
I guess I would whisper to Calbus, or I would use message on Calbus. Tell him that there was a shape changer in that room.
I look around looking for Tessa, but no, Tessa's not there. So, alright, well, that's good to know. Well, unless they're a threat to us, I don't think that we have anything to worry about. So,
Thoughts this for shape change. What if they replace someone?
then
And
we'll just,
that's how they're taking away the children.
then
They
we'll
replace someone.
just kill them.
Excuse me, as Brian approaches you, I have this document here. It has the findings of our search. It seems that the last people that saw our dear Jonathan alive were in the market. So I would probably make my way down to there. He did seem to favor some of the more exotics, being the son of the guild merchant's master. He had free roam, and he enjoyed seeing all the new wares that were brought in.
Did he have a particular type of ware he liked over anything else?
He did enjoy the spices. He enjoyed the way some of them smelled, he said.
Huh. Interesting. Did he like to cook or something, or he just like to smell stuff?
No. He was always a scrawny boy. Not much in the world of cooking. Besides, I don't believe his father would let him cook anything. That's what servants are for.
His father's a douche, it sounds like.
He does employ. He does offer good employment. I will say that, and keeps many people employed. So, but that is where I would search. If you'll excuse me, and he heads back inside.
Huh. Clearly the guy who runs this place is not a good dude, but, you know, we gotta go find these kids.
All right.
I guess I'm pretty much just. I see that my party is collecting out here, but also my party is reading. So I think it's time to go.
All
Oh,
right.
okay. Well, let's go.
Well, now, through the power
Of magic.
of imagination, the map that I wanted to use, unfortunately, for some reason, deleted itself. So we're going to ad-lib a little bit here. And we're going to go to the docks. Imagine that this is a docks.
Alright.
And all of these little houses are shops. They're little stands.
I know this
and
town.
wares. No, you don't. It's not alive.
It's not a
Ignore
mimic
that.
town.
It's not a mimic town. It's not a mimic colony. Living up near the mountains, protecting the villagers. So,
yeah.
you arrive here, and you hear the bustle of activity. You see the ships passing by in the docks, crews unloading, bringing all sorts of exotic goods, animals, wildlife, fine jewels and silvered items. And then, wafting from one particular section, you smell a bunch of fine exotic spices and aromas.
Exotic butters.
Oh, I hear that you are a big fan of exotic butters, my good sir. You hear this old woman's voice croon. We have lavender butters and honey butters, even a cinnamon butter that I hear is delicious on toast.
Oh, I'd love to try some cinnamon butter.
Oh, perfect. Do you have toast on you?
I feel like at least once he's lost a breakfast or something in his bag. Can I? I don't know. Does he?
Roll me D100. High you do, low you don't. You reach into your
yeah.
bag and you pull out half a piece of toast. Oh, well, this is most fortuitous of you. Here, hand it over. And she slathers this wonderful, rich, buttery toast and hands it back.
Oh. I bite into it with glee.
It
my
is amazing. You do not think that you can actually go back to eating regular butter at this point.
Can't believe it's not butter.
My liminally petrified toast with cinnamon butter on it. Do you have any for sale?
Oh,
I
yes,
feel like you should, but
I do in fact. How much do you need? I can give it to you by the pound, the ounce, the ton, barrel.
The ton. Jesus.
I have a giant cow. It makes plenty.
I could get a few pounds of various kinds, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. And you spend the next 30 minutes as she tells you every little detail about these 5 different butters that you get for 1 gold each. You have a honey, you have a lemon butter, you have a lavender butter, a cinnamon butter, and her personal favorite, a chili butter.
I will.
Delicious with eggs, I promise.
I'm going to spend 10 gold and get 2 of each to bring back home.
Oh, you, sir, bless you.
10 exotic butters.
Well, this day is churning out to be different than I expected.
Without looking up, Imber just points at you and says, "That was clever. Good one."
Well, we better be off. We have a job to do.
That was less so, and I will begin walking towards the spices.
Oh my god. Oh, I wish I could give. I'm not going to give you a second inspiration for that one. That was better than the puns itself.
You can hold on to it. Wait for me to use my inspiration.
Give it to the lady so when she can make better butter.
What did you say about my butter?
I can't believe it's not butter.
She doesn't have bitter batter.
It is butter. I promise you.
I'm not a smart man.
If you look, she points back behind her, and everyone roll me a perception check.
Sure.
Turns out it's actually just margarine. You've been duped.
Butter just squeezes out of the cow.
Vincent, you don't notice because you are still infatuated with something else. Maybe the old lady herself. She is very old. But you look behind, and what you thought was like a background, like maybe a cliffside, turns out to be an actual just giant cow.
Oh.
This thing is just massive out in a field grazing. I mean, by grazing, I mean it's eating the leaves off of trees. It's eating trees like they were grass. What do you guys want to do?
That's
you
tight.
have a full shop of meat to make up people for you to interact with. She runs the docks.
I have gotten my sample of market items, so I will defer to everyone else until until we get to the spices.
Wait, so we're on some docks right now, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
All of this, we're in the make believe zone, right? So,
Yes.
Yulu is just gonna be like, I got my own sources. I think I'm gonna like pursue into looking into some things. Just hold on, give me a sec. Maybe Frank's around, and she's just gonna run and jump off the dock into the water, and she's gonna go and talk to some fish
Okay.
Right.
and
She
figure out
just
what they
jumps.
know about the goings ons of the the local area.
So
Okay.
we just watch her just jump into the water and just gonna be like, wait, is she...
Yeah, she's not really like
Yeah.
a people person, but she really gets it with fish. Fish are chill. You'd be surprised what the local animal life know, you know?
Okay.
Do you recognize any of the fish down there?
Well, I know a particular fish at a certain point. Is that the one? Yes. Anything that is submerged underwater can understand me, and I can understand it as long as we're both submerged underwater.
Okay.
So like I can essentially just talk to like anything that's underwater.
Okay. So down there, you find a plethora of fish. You know, being an active dock, you know, a lot of people are dumping fish and chum and food and things like that down there. So there's a lot of scavengers just feasting on it. Uh, and from talking with them, you don't get a whole lot of information. It doesn't seem like there happens to be one particular like monster that's coming out of the water to eat the kids. But some of the fish have noticed that some of the toes that they've nibbled on have been disappearing lately.
Huh, interesting. Um, well, that's chill.
Yeah,
Anyway,
see?
I'm pretty sure, like, any smart fish wouldn't be around here. They would want to kick it with these predators.
Though they're not really predators. They're just like they're like catfish. They're just sort of eating whatever scraps are thrown down there. When I mean like eating toes, I mean like
Oh,
how fish will just like a nibble on a toe, thinking it might be
right.
some food. Yeah, that's all
Fair.
it is.
Okay.
As you go to leave, you do, however, find a couple fish who are just like following you because they're infatuated with you. So,
Oh, of course. They know what I am. They sense
yeah.
my power.
What are the rest of you doing?
I
Someone's got
guess
10
just
pounds of butter, another person's stuck with fish.
I guess we would just talk to the guy who, had the spices, see if he heard anything else.
Oh. So you approach a very nice large stall. It's almost like a bazaar, like a big open canopy tent with a lot of different bins with different spices, and you find the head of the area. He tells you, "Oh, yes, yes, poor Jonathan. It's a true shame about him. He was really a bright lad, and he was always very curious." Is it? No, it's not a literal head.
Oh, good.
No, I'm not giving you that much fun. But I think the last time we saw him, it just popped into my head. He was talking with a guy who just sort of came in here, probably a couple months ago. Been hanging around, really talking it up with a lot of us here. Name's Victoro. Real fancy guy. I think he's got a room over at the ferry lodging.
Mm. So this Victoro, how well do you know him?
No, not really, not at all. He came in on one of the ships, and at first I thought he was just gonna be passing through. I'm not really too sure of what he's still doing here. I mean, like I said, he's been here a month and doesn't really buy stuff. He's just always, just hanging out and talking. It's a
Okay.
little weird.
Any particular people who will be talking to? Old people, dwarves, elves, children, that
Uh,
sort of thing.
he's been talking to a couple of kids, I think, and But and he talked with Jonathan a lot. I do know that. He and Jonathan seem to be getting pretty close.
Interesting. Anything particularly you used to talk about other than spices?
Oh no, he really liked to know about the spices. Where we got our stuff. You know, uh, how much we could get of some things. Like he seemed like he was trying to put in a big order, but then he never put in an order. It was very strange.
All right. Okay. Gotcha. We'll relay this information to the rest of the party. And you said it was the Ferry Inn, correct?
Correct.
Cool. I will pat him on his head, and I guess we can go. I'm just gonna
What
keep
the
going.
hell you doing? Get your
It's
hands
just like
off me!
I will give him 1 gold and pat him on his head. It's just like, does this change anything?
I mean, I'm a little richer, but I still don't like being patted on the head.
I
God.
don't care.
To the Ferry Inn, I guess.
Yay.
All right. Is that where you guys are wanting to head?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Then we will head to the Ferry Inn and have a 5-minute intermission because I have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a 5-minute break here. Be back at 11:52, if you would please.
All right.
Hey.
Welcome back, everyone. When we left off, we were about to enter into the inn known as the Ferry Lodging. We are currently outside the Ferry Lodging.
Let's go in.
I'm going to remain outside. I would like to case the outside of this.
Okay.
See where a child may have taken a path or so. I don't know. Just someone that may be off,
Okay.
but everyone else can go inside.
All right.
Unless they want to stay out with me. Maybe I'm the murderer.
Calvis, as Imber, as you walk around, it looks like an inn. Doesn't really seem to be a whole lot going on. There's a door here and a set of double doors here that appear to lead into the dining room and the kitchen area, and then I will let you know what you see on the other side a little bit later on once you get there. Calvis, Vincent, and Ulu, do you walk in as well, or are you staying out?
She indeed steps in.
Okay. So the three of you, as you walk in, are greeted by the bartender behind there. Just go ahead and have a seat wherever you want. Waitress will be with you in a minute. Theron, where are you going?
He wasn't too sure, but he decided to head in. He be able to pickpocket some stuff.
Oh.
You walk in and you're greeted with a similar greeting. You fellas don't look like you're from around here. What can I help you with? Get you a drink?
Sure. You're looking for some kid who likes spices.
No. Must be talking about poor Jonathan. Yeah, real shame what happened to him.
What happened?
Anyway, never found him. From what I hear, Dad's kind of a dick. But he basically keeps the whole town going and offers basically the protection in the area. So I don't exactly look. Don't really want nothing bad happening to him to make him leave.
So you're saying that no one had a problem with the kid?
No, kid was real sweet, real nice kid, real friendly. I'm guessing he takes after his mom in that way.
Probably. Where's the last time you saw this kid, little Johnny?
Oh shoot, I haven't seen him personally in Oh, I don't know. Probably last big festival we had here, but I think the waitress said that she saw him in here a couple weeks ago.
All right.
Sally, didn't you say you saw that little Johnny kid in here? Oh, yes. And the waitress running drinks around. Oh, yes, he was in here with the gentleman in the back room, wasn't he? Like Victoro. I think he was in here. They had a couple of meals and they were talking about some stuff.
Where's that guy? He seems weird.
Oh, well, he pays handsomely and keeps a clean room, but I think he's in the back. And she motions back here.
All right. Thanks, Sally. I'm gonna go find this cat.
Ember, I would say at this point that you're probably closer to around this side. As you're just walking around along the back, there's really nothing along the back. It's somewhat the inn itself is somewhat on the outskirts of town. You imagine that this is a place for people who are either wanting to get an early start out or arriving in. Nice clean inn, but fairly small. Not something that you see downtown, as it were, in Holland's Rest. That'd be providing lodging for the ships or passengers getting off there. And then here you see these aren't doors; these are latched windows to various rooms. You imagine them to be guest rooms.
Right. Okay. I didn't exactly expect too much, but worth checking. I will not delatch a window and break into someone's room.
Calvis, do you attempt to go in there?
No, I was just mainly moving into that square.
Okay, gotcha.
But I'm trying to figure out where this guy is. So
Okay.
is this lady here?
Yes, that is a lady there.
I'm looking for a creepy guy named Vittorio, I think his name was.
Oh, he's not creepy. He's a sweet man. Last room on the left.
All right, thanks.
Point you down here.
Bam, and I'm just gonna walk up and bang, knock on the door.
Vincent and Calvis, roll me perception checks.
Do 25.
Calvis, you definitely hear, and Vincent, you definitely hear a man talking and a smaller, it sounds like a female child's voice inside, and he's saying, "Really, that's very interesting. I would love for you to tell me more."
I'm just gonna kick the door open.
You kick the door open, and inside you
Oh, that's my
see-
cue. I will start following
Yeah.
following in.
I heard.
But yes,
I heard
please.
a little girl's voice, and then bam! I just boot the handle of the door.
You see a gentleman sitting on one bed with a girl sitting on the other. He has a pen and paper with a little ledger in his lap. Excuse me. This is my private room. I expect you to leave at once. This is uncalled for. I paid for the room.
I'm gonna walk up and
Oh.
grab him by the throat and slam him into the wall with a grapple.
You go to do that, and everyone roll initiative.
If you don't immediately think that Calbus is just like, nah, adults with kids in a room privately, creepily talking is weird. Nope. Not doing it.
So let
Should
me
have stayed
ask,
outside of the window. That would have been hilarious. Just head through the window. Oh,
so let
that's
me
funny.
ask this, because this is something I probably should have looked into, and we're just going to go back to Cephalopod.
Yeah.
Dimension door.
Yeah.
That you
Isn't
can take someone if they are willing to, but if you don't want to bring someone,
correct.
they would just teleport out.
Yes, they'd use their action to cast the spell, and they can take a willing creature, but they don't have to.
Okay. Well, then let me on the token.
Dang. Well, Vincent has a higher initiative, so Vincent might get to go first.
All right, is
That's +2.
everyone-
Vincent, get him. Do I get a surprise grapple because I kicked his door and ran in?
I will say that yes, you get a
Yes.
surprise grapple.
Cool.
Go ahead and roll your grapple. Oh man, he's got this.
I would like to make it so that as I like put him against the door, I hold like basically one hand on his throat, one hand on his wrist, and like hold him in place, so that he effectively can't use two hands to hit me, just like one and some legs. So.
Okay, I say that you do that.
Cool.
But Theron, it is your turn. You're just chilling in there, and roll me a perception check, DC 17, since there's a hallway and some walls. You hear a door kicked in. That's all you hear, though. You don't hear the talking or anything. You do hear a door kicked in.
It's just like your last one's, Mike.
I'm gonna look to Ember and say, "Is it go time?"
The person in front of you, while not technically, is already walking that way.
I guess I'd start moving then. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. I'd see Vincent. I'm gonna say, "What's happening?"
All right. I will say that you can't see in, just because of how the door and everything is positioned and whatnot. But I will say that is your move and everything. Vincent, what is your dex?
Looks like a +2 based on the initiative order. 62. Man, that's a real
Holy
nice,
smokes.
super fast. He is lightning bolt.
All right. Yeah. So then, Vincent, you're up next. Oh no, sorry. I should. Calvis did say that he slammed him against the wall. So.
Oh shit.
Blindness? Deafness. Okay. You're going for blindness. Con save. Let me see here.
I was gonna say it's gotta be higher than 13. Yeah, 16.
Okay. So con save. He's actually good at cons.
Oh no.
Not good enough. All right. So he is currently blinded. What's a good blind emote? I'll just do the sleepy one. Oh, nope, he's not dead yet. He's not dead yet. You're now Matt Murdock. Alright. Then that is the end of your turn. Okay. So it's his turn. He is not happy at all. And so he is going to yell something out in Infernal. And he disappears entirely.
You want to tell me what he says? Because I speak Infernal.
He says whatever the incantation is to cast Dimension Door.
Damn. Rude.
And he poofs out, but he's blind, so he just goes to the one place that he can visualize very well, which just happens to be the dining room. So Ulu and Ember, you both see this guy suddenly just poof here, like grabbing his eyes like he's trying to like wipe something out there. Ulu, it's your turn. You have no idea what just happened. This guy just pooped in front of you and is like frantically like trying to like wipe stuff off his eyes. The rest of the patrons, however, are a bit startled, as they were not expecting someone to just poof in to existence.
No,
here.
did I hear the whole swatting that just happened?
Roll me a perception check.
Okay.
DC
I get to
17.
roll that with advantage.
Yep.
Am.
Nope. You don't hear anything. You see him going. You guess that maybe you saw Theron and Calbus and Vincent head there, and it looks like Ember's heading back there also. So you're gathering that everyone head back there, but you're not entirely sure why.
Alright. Well, I don't think you would throw out the possibility that this guy was hastily teleporting into this room to get away from the rest of the party. And in the case of that possibility, I would like to use as a bonus action, summoning my Tentacle of the Deep.
Okay.
I'm not really trying to aim to damage him with it. I'm really just trying to have it grasp at him to reduce his speed of movement by 10.
Okay.
Do we not have that here anymore?
It might have been a deleted one here. Do you want me to add a token or a character for you?
Oh, I have one. I'll get it. Don't worry about it right
Okay.
now. So it would just be right here. So within 10 feet of it, it can strike or defend.
Okay.
And then I will hold my action to Eldritch Blast the shit out of him if he decides to do anything hostile against me.
Okay.
And then probably scream, "Hey, who is this dude that just teleported in?"
Ember. You
Yeah,
saw everyone head down there, and then you would have heard and seen the poof of the person teleport there, and then Ulu asking who in the world this is.
I guess the first thing, while keeping an eye on him and then flicking my vision into the hallway, just call down, did the target leave? Down at those three.
He teleported somewhere.
Sounds good to me. I'm gonna fire an arrow at him. I don't really see how I could make it non-lethal, but whatever.
Put it in the knee.
I'll try to make it as least. Alright, can I just not have that be a crit? Could I just allow that to not be a crit?
Too good.
Just because for the fun of it, I'm gonna have to say no. I'm keeping that crit.
You're too
so
good.
You
Alright, well.
You just flick your bow back and don't even think about it. You just notch an arrow and pull it back and let it go, and it just hits him right in the shoulder, right in the joint. You could just see at this point.
Yeah, this is not good because I was planning on using a grasping arrow to slow him down even further. But because that's a crit, that's also going to be an additional 12 poison on top of that. So 20 poison on top of the 14.
Okay.
He just looks like a dude to me. Whoops. But he's very stuck now.
Sorry. Sorry, 1 second here. I just realized that he gets to make the con save to see if he's not blinded anymore. He's able to wipe it off. So he saw you just shoot him with an arrow.
Yeah, sure. Fine. Okay. So. But yeah, so as I fire that one, I look slightly befuddled, but it hits him directly in the shoulder and like splinters and turns green and just wraps around him in thorns. And he is speed reduced by 10, and he can get out of it on his turn with a strength save or just wait a minute.
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. He's gonna wait a minute.
Alright. 5, 10, 15, 20. Oh, hi there. How's it going? 30. Unempathetically, I'm just going to use the rest of my time here to say to him, do you know what happened to the children around here? Pray that you aren't responsible yourself.
You see, like, sheer terror in his eyes. He says, I just talked to them. I didn't do anything to them. I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know anyone who would?
That is all that you get on your turn.
That okay. I'm willing to give up my other 2 shots for this. I'm good. No, I'm good. I just yeah, I'm not taking my other 2 shots.
Calvis.
Taking a quick look at this child, does this child look to be unharmed?
Yes, they look unharmed. They are in complete shock.
You shouldn't be spending your time with adults alone in a closed room. That's only going to end poorly. And I am going to take off. Run in this way. Actually, I'm going to get to right. I'm going to basically take this step to right there at the door. So my movement and my action to get me from here to right there. And then I would assume I can see this man.
Oh, yes.
Don't let him escape again. He was in the room alone with a child. I have questions for him. And that's my turn. Theron just sees me sprint out the room, charge past him, and just run back out to the dining room.
Theron, it is your turn.
I'm gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. And can I attempt to kind of stealthily, like come out of the door to right here?
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna say no. He with Calvis shouting as he comes through there, his full attention is right there.
Then I'm gonna use my bonus action to dash.
Okay.
And I'm gonna hold my action to fire a longbow shot at his foot. If he attempts to do anything that I don't like, makes any difference.
To do anything he doesn't like.
Anything I don't like, just blast his foot, taking off a toe.
Okay. Vincent, it is your turn. Action, dash, and then turn. Alright. Well, this guy is not looking happy at all. And he just looks at you all and says, you know what? They don't pay me enough for this. So now you gotta deal with this. And
Can I shoot?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right before he does that, that's acceptable.
Sure. I will say though that what you're aiming at it's gonna hit something different.
That's perfectly fine.
Alright, so go ahead and fire your arrow. That will hit. as this appears.
Oh,
Oh,
could I look at it and then back to the party?
how do I move this animation?
You might just have to drag it over to the side for a second to move your token. Yeah, just to get the space available.
Also, something that really helps is if you right-click on it, because to make it to the appropriate size, I have to expand it. So its invisible borders are a little bit bigger than normal.
They're
You can
huge.
right-click it and then put it
Yeah.
to back.
Yeah, I just
And
put it to
then-
back now, so yeah, I can now click on my tokens. Okay, so let me roll for this guy's initiative here. I'm just gonna drag it to right there. And then he vanishes. No, here, I will show you all what it is.
I'm gonna kill this man in the most brutal way I can think.
So yeah, that is his turn. He, 1 second.
Does it look like he does the same thing that he did when I had him on the wall?
No. This appears to be something completely different.
Interesting.
Ulu, you are up.
Yes. I imagine this thing looks hostile.
Yes, it looks extremely hostile. If you would like to roll a religion or a history or a nature check.
I'll go religion because I suck at all of it. Yeah, she don't care.
It looks evil.
Yeah.
Actually, everyone can go.
Or
Everyone.
Would
Everyone
I
except for
even
Vincent.
understand what evil looks like anymore? Like, I don't, like.
I
don't
mean,
know, maybe it's chill.
its entire like persona, the way
Well-
it's standing, the way it came in, it's
Right.
the fact that it's seething at the mouth. But everyone can roll a religion, nature, or
Oh well, everyone understands foaming at the mouth.
well, no, this was more to identify the actual thing.
Yeah.
13, 15. So, Theron, you would recognize this as a barbed devil. Albus, you would recognize this as a devil of some kind. And Ember, it just looks mean and nasty.
So, as a bonus action, I'm going to hex it.
Okay.
And then I'm going to Eldritch Blast.
Those both hit.
Okay. And then hex for both.
For an additional 11.
Okay.
25. Alright. Is that your turn?
Yes, it is.
Ember.
Yes.
Oh, is that your turn?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Ember, you are up.
Probably with just a sigh, he will line up his shot right in front of him. Let's see how this goes. Nope. I don't have an additional target. I'll let that hit the back of the wall. See how this goes. How's a 14?
14 misses.
Fair enough. How's this?
That hits.
Okay, cool. Oh shoot. I should have thought about that. You know what? I'm gonna action search.
All right.
I am going to seeking arrow, and in case my target is within my range, which I believe is like 800 feet or something like that. Yeah. Whatever a longbow's range is.
Yeah. Super far.
Yep. 600 feet. So if the target is still within 600 feet, it seeks it out unless it's behind full cover, but also I have a soul phase bow, courtesy of one of our members in here, that allows it to go through a small amount of 5 feet of cover.
Okay, so it has to make a Dex 15.
If the dude is within range,
Okay.
it has to make that save. Yeah, DC 15 Dex save.
It
Okay.
fails.
So they will take the 10 damage, and I get a glimpse as to where they actually are.
They appear to be right where they were before.
Oh, so it just goes right there?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they aren't going anywhere, and if they do, they're still going to get slashed. So I'm going to try to hit the Barb Devil again. One of these. Miss. Let's have that curve over to Mr. Invisible and see if it hits. 18. That's gonna hit.
That will hit.
And then one last one at the Barb Devil. Damn.
That will miss.
I didn't do it too great. That's okay. So that's 6 total.
Is that your turn?
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be my turn. I will say, he's just sitting there. He's invisible.
Cool. Does he reappear getting hit by the arrow, or is he still invisible?
He is still invisible.
Alright, so that's fine. I'm gonna take off running.
Oh, actually, sorry. Re-roll that 18. Or roll that 18 again if you could, please.
Me?
Yes.
Okay.
You missed.
Well,
sorry, I forgot that invisible creatures, you have disadvantage hitting them, so.
I'm still gonna run to right there. And I'm gonna, as soon as I arrive, I am going to rage at this monster.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go ahead and roll on my table here, which is a 4. Oh, hey, look, it's force damage, and I can throw it if I really want to. So.
Grown greatsword. That's perfect.
And then it comes back to me at the end of my turn. I am going to recklessly Great Weapon Master attack the first attack against the Barb Devil.
Okay.
21.
That'll hit.
So that is 28 damage. And then I am going to, well, it's reckless still, so it's at advantage. I am going to Great Weapon Master attack again. Natural 20, so there is a 27, 37, 39 plus 28, so 57 or 58 damage to the Barb Devil.
How much?
I'm thinking that's right, because it's 20. Yeah, I'll just do the math real quick here. 16 plus 18 plus 27 plus 12. 73. Yeah. 73 to that guy, he said. And, do I have any so I saw the dude turn invisible, right?
Yes, you did.
But it felt different from before when he was in my hands and turned invisible.
Yes, because when he was in your hands, like, you heard him chant something, and then, like, it was an actual, like, magical transformation that caused him to, like, disappear out of your hand entirely. This was more like a sudden, like, you blinked, and when you opened your eyes after the blink, he was just gone.
Alright, well, I mean, as far as Calbus is aware, because I haven't used my magical awareness, he's just not there, so I'm gonna look around and see if I can perceive where this dude might be, and I'm just gonna stand there, waiting. So that is
Okay.
my turn.
Alright, well, you know that Barb Devil's dead. So, Theron, it's your turn.
Could I say quickly, does anyone know where you went?
Yeah, I'd say that you could ask that as a free action,
Ask
and
that
people
too.
could respond as a free action as well.
He's sitting in the same spot.
Okay,
That's the best I can give you.
Now, that actually lends to a question. Is he actually just invisible standing there? Because I would sense him if he didn't even be.
Yes.
Blind
Yeah.
sight.
He is literally just invisible, just cowering there.
Okay. Sweet.
I guess then, could I get down to a knee and just take a shot?
Sure. It will be at disadvantage unless you're steady aiming, and then it'll just be a straight roll.
Yep. Steady aim.
Okay. That hits. Okay.
And yeah, I guess that's it.
Now, just because I am a
Do it.
a
Fail that
true
save.
DM,
Fail this
well, no, I was gonna say that you have an ally within 5 feet, but I guess since he's invisible, he doesn't know he's within 5 feet, so I won't say that you have sneak attack. So,
Sorry, I don't
Alright.
have blind sight yet. I don't know he's there.
I mean,
Vincent, you are up.
theoretically, my tentacle's still crawling up his leg.
Is the tentacle actually grabbing him?
It is restraining him by 5 feet, which would be by, like, grabbing at him and stuff. It's not like a full actual grapple, though.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say that.
Okay. So I just entered the room. I would basically shout out, "Where is he? I don't see him. All I see is this dead thing, whatever that is."
Could he see my arrow
You guys can hear
sticking
me,
in
right?
him?
Roll me a perception check at disadvantage because there's several bodies in the way and you're looking for a small thing.
Cool. Well,
Nope. You do not. You don't really see anything. There's a lot going on over there.
all right. I guess I'll just keep hush since everybody is just kind of up there. I'm gonna make myself there as well. So I don't like the look of that tentacle thing, so I'm gonna stick right here for the time being. And hold an action. Let me see. I will hold an action to basically. Yeah, I'll hold an action for Sacred Flame. That'll be the end of my turn.
All right. So it's his turn. And what was your trigger, Vincent?
If he just comes out, once I see him, I'm just swinging or blasting.
Okay. Well then go ahead and roll your attack.
Yay.
Or it's Sacred Flame is a dex save, isn't it?
Yes.
17, so he passes.
Yeah, he would. I don't think you take half damage on.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I'm sick.
All right, so he is not happy or looking good. So he's going to hit you all. I need. All right, how can I pop it there? These people, by the way, would have all scattered at the sight of everything happening in here. But he's dropping right here a 5th level flame strike, so I need everyone to make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Rude.
DC 15
Of deck saves?
of dex saves.
Cool. 17, because I can see him now, so I see it coming.
Yep,
Wham.
you do.
And Theron's
Alright.
just immune to fire. He's like, bye guys, nothing for me. Rogues are so fun.
So let me roll this here. So if you passed, okay. So if you passed, you take half, except for Theron. So you take 14 fire and 21 radiant.
Cool. So I am resistant to fire anyway, so that would be 4 fire for me and then 10 radiant, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And 11 radiant.
Okay, so 15 total. Got it.
15 total.
Ring of evasion. Oh snap.
Like you can. Okay, so all right. So you would take 18, and then I'm guessing you're using that. Well, that's nice. So that drops it from 35 to 27.
That's nice.
Is my math right there?
Yes. Ooh, you made a mistake.
And it is now your turn, Ulu, as this guy just brought down some holy and actual fire down on top of you.
Right, and like as it's happening, like the tentacle of the deep like kind of wraps up around and just takes some of the hit, and just pisses her off. Yeah, I'm going to Eldritch Blast, of course, because that's what warlocks are.
Yep,
Blast
that's
pots.
that hits, and that hits.
Okay, so and then Hex is going, so throw out those hexes, and then as a bonus action, my Tentacle of the Deep is going.
So you had hexed the
right. As a
Double.
bonus action, then since I don't, then I won't Tentacle of the Deep it. I would have bonus actioned swapped it from the other beast to him.
Okay.
Because it's just a static that like continues going
Okay.
once cast. So
Yeah, as long as you maintain. Well, is it a concentration spell?
Yeah.
Can you roll me a con save?
Oh, excellent. Yes.
DC
Sorry.
17, I
Yes.
believe.
Where is my thumb?
Would they take 27 damage?
No, they took 34 or
35 minus
They took 27.
So it'd be
Right.
half of that, so I mean, it's
So
still
So
better.
13?
Hex would be down.
Okay.
So never mind on the Hex then.
Okay.
Well, I
Well,
did
your
my normal.
yeah, your hex
did-
would be down, so you have your bonus
Right.
action still.
Right. So as my bonus action, instead of doing Hex, which would probably be the smarter move to prep for the next turn, if there is one, I'm just going to attack with Tentacle of the Deep,
Okay.
because then it's suppressing his movement, and that's more, imperative at the moment.
Okay.
So, wait. Wait, did I ever roll for the Tentacle of the Deep?
Mm-mm.
No. Okay. So Tentacle of the Deep. Does a 24 hit?
24 most definitely hits.
Okay. 7 cold, and his movement is reduced by 10 because of the grasping nature of the tentacle.
Okay, so he's reduced by 10 there, reduced by 10 from something else, and he's currently grappled within the poison vines. So yeah, he's doing real good. Is that your turn?
Yes, that would be my turn.
All right, Ember. You are
He's
up.
very welcome to move if he so pleases. He still has 10 feet of movement.
Yeah. He's got to get real far.
All right.
The
Let me
opportunity
just,
attack alone wouldn't kill him or anything.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Take a quick peek outside. I'm assuming the doors have been swung open by leaving guests.
Oh yeah.
All right. Take a quick peek outside. Just make sure that everything is contained in here before I take a couple shots.
There, from what you can see out the door, there appears to be nothing out there.
Okay, that's fine. I don't desire to use any arcane shots, so I don't desire to absolutely positively hit. So bam, bam, bam.
13 misses, 18 hits, for 21 damage.
Okay,
how do you
does
kill him?
a never mind. Not important. Okay, well, with my arcane mysticism with my bow, this arrow is going to take a curving path and hit him in the backside of the head, back of the neck, base of the skull, right
Calvus,
there.
You see him panting, looking exhausted, having taken these Eldritch blasts, and this now tentacle grappled around his leg, and all of a sudden you see his eyes get real big and roll back as suddenly an arrow just splits out from the back of his head through his forehead.
I did that once, and I've missed with every arrow shot ever since. I'm gonna, remembering what Vincent had done before, I am just going to sweep this guy's leg so he falls onto his back, and I look up at Vincent, and I look down like, well, he's yours. Find out where these kids are. And I'm gonna go check on this girl.
Okay.
I'm just gonna make my way eventually back here. So I'm not gonna like sprint in on her or anything like that. Like my sword sheathed. I'm just like fixing my clothes. If she's still even here, unless she ran away.
She is still sitting there. She is a little petrified.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna come in, all the doors wide open, so I'm not putting myself in the same situation that guy was in when I beat him up. And I'm just gonna sit there and just wait to talk to this girl.
Okay. All right, Kwashi.
Wake up.
Okay, since I
Yeah.
failed the last one very spectacularly, I want to know what everybody thoughts on my questioning at this point.
All Calbus said to you was find out where the kids are as he left. So that's all Calbus wants to know.
All right. I guess hold on, let me see. Yeah. I guess the first question I'll basically ask him is just like, do you know where the missing kids are?
No, I don't.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's one. So the obvious ones. What were you talking to Jonathan about? Jonathan being the the master whatever guy's bitch ass guy's son.
Shipping routes and guild secrets.
What did he say? He kind of cracked up at the start there.
Shipping routes and guild secrets.
Okay. So a bit of secrets and stuff like that. Okay, so that's two. Huh. What were you discussing with the girl inside the room?
The same thing.
Okay, so okay, so all right, so this guy seems to be more of a merchant or one of those, probably a pirate, but yeah, whatever. But I'm not gonna waste my time asking that. So doesn't know what the kids are. Um, hmm. Have you did when you were talking to Jonathan, did you see any suspicious characters talking to him or interacting with him or looking at him in any way? Ryan?
Of course, it's the butler.
That's not a question, by the way. I'm just putting.
Oh man, I should totally
He's like,
be a dick.
yes, Brian.
Yes. Nope, I'll give you one more.
Okay. So Ryan, of course, it's always the book. Okay, so we basically just killed an innocent person. Well, he was stealing secrets, so not technically evil, but
Can
whatever.
Theron button really quick with Vincent?
Sorry, what was that?
I was thinking Theron button really quick with you for a second.
Sure.
You still got one more question, just FYI.
Yeah, I know.
This isn't a question, but so I have an item. It's able to detect shapeshifters. When I was in the room with everyone, not with you, with the butler and the person who hired us, it was ringing that there was a shapeshifter in that room. Do you think the butler could be a shapeshifter?
Hold on, post up that ring thing. Let me post up the whistle thing. Let me see. I'm just curious if it's just like werewolves or just people like empathy or
It
like.
said any shapeshifter.
Oh
The wording
yeah.
of it was vague enough that it was frustratingly vague.
Me and my dumbass items. Anyways, so I will give you credit though. That is funny. That is something I would be petty enough to do. He would basically go put a hand over his face and see it just change to him, put it back, and just see it shape shift back into Vince again. It's just like, yeah, I think it was reacting to me.
Are you sure would have reacted to you though, because you weren't within, I believe, the radius of it.
He was
15
in the
feet?
room. He was in the room. He just didn't move his token.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not
fine.
gonna say that he was just camping out at the freaking barricades.
All right,
Got
let
it.
me see. Yeah. So let me see. I forgot what was the last question I was gonna ask. Okay, yeah. All right, since somebody else is up. He will ask, what about Brian made him very suspicious? What was he doing that made him suspicious?
Too friendly with kids. And with that, you see the life that was just clinging to his eyes just drain away as you feel his soul leave his body once more.
Okay. I kind of feel bad a bit. Just kind of watching him die. It's just like, it's finally time for you to rest. However, I would like some meat shields, so get back here. Arise, Spoonlicker Jr. Jr.
He stands up in a very sluggish and groggy sort of way.
Can I get a zombie token on hand as well?
yes and no.
Oh. Are you just gonna give me him?
Yes, I am just going to give you him. I need to see. How I can. Should I put. There it is. And. Alright, you should be able to move him. What is the standard HP of a zombie that you raise? Is it 22?
Give me a sec. Zombie. Maybe.
I think it's 22.
Yeah. Resistant to bludgeon. Oh, that's nice.
Yep, and it's in the AC of 8.
This
Okay.
one does not.
Oh.
Really?
Correct. What you see on its stats there are correct.
Woo! Okay then.
So you can try to figure that out later if you want, or right now, or whatever you want to do. But
Secrets for a later date. You still have to find those kids.
Where's Johnny and the other kids? I asked
He's
this
just
little girl.
like, yeah. All right, I forgot. I didn't talk. Oh, you're still inside there. I forgot.
Yeah, I went over to this kid.
are you talking to the kid,
Yes.
Callis?
Yes.
I don't know. Johnny, his dad works with my dad a lot, but I haven't seen him since he disappeared.
Who's your dad?
He's one of the guild merchant ship captains.
What's his name?
Huh? Bartholomew?
Oh, Bart. I've heard of Bart. Not really at all, but kids are dumb, so who knows?
You say that, and she like, yeah, he's one of the captains of the big ships, and the guy was just asking me questions about him. He said that he wanted to work with my dad on some stuff, and so he was trying to learn things about being a ship captain.
The guy seemed pretty sketchy to me.
He was real nice though. He was real friendly.
They always are. Kid, you gotta learn to not spend time with adults you don't know.
Well, I mean,
I say that as I'm an adult. She doesn't know that she's spending time. Damn.
It goes completely over her head. She misses your point entirely.
I say that, I'm like, ah, shit. All right.
But I mean, we hang out with adults all the time. Like Brian and Jonathan used to hang out, and Brian really enjoys playing with all the kids at the park and everything.
Sounds like he does. What is there anything? Does Brian have like any special talents or abilities?
No, he's just real nice, and he always listens, and he helps us like when we fall down and scrape our knees. Like he's really nice.
So does he use like magic to fix you up when you get hurt?
No, I've never. I don't think so.
Does he ever convince people to do stuff that they're hesitant about to begin with?
How would I know that?
Does he seem extra charming sometimes?
No, he seems genuine.
Alright. Where was the last place you saw Johnny and the kids, since they're missing?
Last I heard, I thought I heard him and Brian saying they were gonna go to the library to look at some books.
Alright. Point me in the direction of the library.
And she just sort of points.
Well, I'll probably find it out there. Alright, kid, you need to go home.
Okay. And off she goes.
Alright, well, I'm gonna make my way out of here. Well, Brian spends a lot of time with kids. Also, I look at the dude you brought back from the dead. Just,
Just like, yeah, Vincent will basically tell him, okay, so this guy, the only crime he basically did is just trying to get in kids.
Well,
So, I thought as
I didn't
you know,
kill
some
him,
kind of silver
so
lining.
I just beat. I actually didn't even hit this guy with a sword. Let it be known. I just pinned him to a wall. Other than that, all I could be accused of is assault, not murder.
Same.
So
Basically, we
you
have
know, well, you brought him back from the dead, so that might be a crime somewhere else. But I'm not gonna judge you for that. I think we need to go to the library, and I look over at everyone else that's in here in the party.
Yeah, you found out more
Yeah, the kid. Well,
information about Brian. Huh?
kids are dumb, but she said that Brian spent a lot of time with all the children and is apparently really nice. And last time she saw Brian was with Johnny at the library, so I think we should head that way. But
Yeah,
also, he's not a good person. I think I'm getting a weird vibe about him and creepy stuff.
All right, so you want to head to the library?
Yep.
I'm going to think to myself, I need to be more selective about my party numbers.
Oh, before we do anything, can I also roll some healing for my healing potion? Drink some healing potion.
Yes, you may.
Or I'm not looking.
That's a good roll.
That's not shabby at all. All right. Well,
Also,
then-
good shot on that guy. He was a really good arrow from across the way.
Thank you.
Backfall.
So, let me see here. Boom, boom, boom.
I'm a dumbass because I literally the shield just reflects off of like fire damage.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Whoops. Okay.
Yeah.
So, you make your way back, and you go, and no one has seen Brian for a bit, but that's not unusual. He's normally off running a whole bunch of things. But eventually, they point you in the direction of the private library of the guildmaster, and you walk in. It's very dark.
It is very dark. Okay.
Getting later and later in the evening. Is now almost nighttime, and you walk in and you find this. While you guys talk, don't move, but you can at least talk and strategize. While I'm going to go use the restroom real quick here.
Well, I can't see anything, so.
Yeah, you have no dark vision. You gotta give yourself like a torchlight or something.
I will cast light.
Okay.
Myself.
Cast light. Okay, I can.
It's 2020.
I can't see anything, and I should have like 100.
I put 100. Oh, it may have been after I changed your token. Maybe it deleted itself off of there.
Let me fix that real quick there. You said 2020
for Vincent, yeah, bright dim, and then 120 for Ulu.
That should work. And now for that, boom, vision, night vision, 120. Everyone else good?
I can see now. And the map looks like a middle finger being raised my way, and I love it.
Alright, I'll be right back.
See clearly now. Well, I feel like we're gonna have to find Brian here because he's a creep, but...
Yeah.
Should we go in loud, or should we try to sneak in case it puts people in danger?
It's far more worth being subtle about this.
Yeah. I feel like we're all probably fairly nimble when it comes to moving in the dark. Yeah, well, except maybe this dude over here, and I point at undead guy with an arrow in his head.
Oh yeah, he's good. No, I'll just leave it. A weekend of burn, he's got us.
Look at you guys and be like, hey, can I buy one of your guys' questionable tonics? I'm a little hurt.
Did you not prepare before we came out here?
I don't talk to the merchants. They're not fish.
I
Uh,
will give him at least one greater.
There you
How hurt would you say Ulu is?
Well, she's just a little bit above half health.
Then I'll give her, given it's just the small ones, but I'll give her 3 of the smaller health potions.
Ooh.
Oh,
Okay.
no. I will keep my gratitude.
How much coin does he want?
My character would just give it, just to help out a party member.
Alright, she would toss him 150 gold. Because she actually has a lot of gold, and she doesn't shop, so...
Also, I don't really drink that much, Nyla or Theron, but I heard you asking Rusty about stuff, and I've had this for a minute. So, here. You can have it if you want it.
Guys, I could have circumvented this whole quest.
Yes.
It's okay. It's fine.
But yes, you're welcome to the hard lemonade. It's good. I've had one, but I'm not a big drinker, so
I will add that to my collection.
cool. You have one bottle of Rusty's hard lemonade.
I have far more than one bottle.
I mean, probably you have one bottle from me because that's all that I have. Because I don't carry booze on my person. If I'm going to drink
Actually,
it, I
do you
just
want me to figure out how much I have in total, alcohol-wise?
It's probably a lot.
Your basic potion is 2d4 plus 2, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
All right. Well, we should get back to
Well,
figuring out what we're gonna do. Do we just want to explore this library until we find it sneakily, or do we just want to split up? What are you thinking?
I think having us group up in one spot might be a bit dangerous. So,
Well, we can group, like we can stay in the same general space and then just like stay a little further apart so that we don't get hit with
Yeah.
that same like fiery
If,
bullshit as before.
If you
Not
want, I could
to- not
scout
to-
ahead.
Real quick, not to metagame at all, but would you guys have gone straight there, or would you have wanted to take a short rest beforehand? I will give that opportunity.
during that, you're right.
I'd be real. I mean, it's not super urgent, but I'd be cool with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you allow me to take off like one of the healing potions?
I would allow you to undo any healing potions that you had taken.
Cool.
Cool.
Then let's just
Okay, so-
casually walk over there and short rest on the way there. How about that?
Yeah, give me-
If it's acceptable,
sure.
while they short rest, can I scout ahead a bit?
I would say that the short rest would be happening like you'd be leisurely heading your way to there. So you have all arrived
Okay. Got it.
at your short rested state.
There we go. Now I'm up to max. I'll just use my barbarian hit dice because I have 3 of them and they do more on average. Cool.
Vincent might still need those potions.
Nah, I still have them. I'm good. This is back up to help.
All right. But yeah, then we get here and we trade potions, and I give Theron some Rusty's hard lemonade, and I mean, if you want to scout, you can, but at the same time, I feel like this place is probably pretty big, and it's probably better if we at least move as a unit, but a spaced out unit. And if you want to just stay ahead, that's probably not the worst idea.
That's what I meant. Like scout out just a bit ahead of us, but still with the group.
Could probably work.
We could
well.
have a 2-point front.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, I think archers in the back, melee in the front, and whoever like spellcasters in the middle.
So.
Nope, I'm in the front.
Oh, you.
2
okay.
archers in the front.
Oh, that works.
All right, and then I will take up the back, because
I'll go in the middle.
Yeah, because I have dark vision, but I'm definitely the hardiest person here. So if we're gonna get blindsided from the back, it's probably gonna be me that should take it. I say that now.
Yeah.
One shot.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll have the little zombie guy like right
yeah.
in front.
Okay. I assume that Theron and I would be taking a reasonable enough berth to be able to roll stealth.
Yeah.
Wait,
I will allow that.
before we do anything, hold on. Let me just check
Sure.
again. Is light concentration?
No.
Nope. It just happens.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do because I am a smart boy. I am going to go and touch one of the clothes on my zombie with light to light him up.
Okay.
So then you can hide if you need to in the shadows, and you're not the flashlight.
Exactly.
Makes sense.
Pick that shit up.
All right, so let me turn that off for you, and then do you now see light from your zomboid?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Nope, you're good.
No, there's still light. Well, yeah. Okay, yeah, it's fine. I got him. Everything is good. Everything.
Or wait a second. Did I do? Nope, that's correct.
Yeah, basically, if you move your zombie, it'll change the distance that you can see based on how far you are from him. So, at least that's how it should work, theoretically.
Yeah, that's what I'm just making sure. Okay. All right. Well.
All right. Well, I'll take up the rear.
And then if the two people who want to be stealthy boys want to roll me some stealths.
We're scouting.
Also,
We're out here.
just a heads up if it makes a difference. The lowest I can physically get for stealth is a 23.
You mean just like that?
Yeah, that's the lowest I can possibly get.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Rogues are the best.
At being really good on a few things.
Hey man, when I was rolling those 30 pluses on myself in that freaking giant house, I lived.
Yeah.
It works out. Rogues are real fun.
All right. So go off exploring, and I will stop you when you run into things.
Cool. I'm gonna take myself to this corner first.
By the way, can I actively be using perception
Yes.
to like try to find see if I see any traps or any hidden details?
Okay. Roll me some
Invest.
perception checks. It looks like a library. A very nice, rich, ornate library.
Can I Arcana check this?
Sure.
Because that gives me instant death vibes.
Looks like a statue.
I'm gonna go back to the party.
Are you sure it's
but
worth
keep my eye on the
Arcana-ing?
statue.
Sorry.
I guess I'll say to the party, can someone look at the statue? It creeps me out.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. I can do that. And I'm actually gonna do this. I'm gonna step up to like right here, and then because I have this ability, which lets me go out to this far in all of these spaces, I am gonna use this ability called Magic Awareness. And I can basically know the location of any spell or magic item within 60 feet that's not behind total cover.
You are getting a lot of pings. Everyone stop moving for a second. The pings are coming from here, 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 and here.
So I'm just getting pings from us.
Yep. You just get pings
Nothing
from
from the creepy death statues or anything.
Nothing from the creepy death statues.
Well, they seem fine. But man, we are very magical. My head hurts a little bit.
It is blinding how much magical energy is coming off of your party.
Oh, I can do that 3 more times, but I don't know if I want to. Ow! I'm gonna have a migraine.
I'm going to check this door. It seems like it, I don't know, might be locked if it's at nighttime. Not really sure how the front door wasn't locked, but...
You were let in. You were let in.
Oh, we were let in? Okay.
Yeah, you were let in. Well, you weren't really let in. You were directed here, but it is inside the royal, or the chambers, the grounds of the Guildmaster's home, so...
Okay. I'll go after the door.
Okay.
The door.
It is open.
Cool. Kind of figured it would be.
Can I roll either a religion or well, I can't. Anyway, I have -1 in any of them, so it doesn't matter. Can I roll either like a religion or history check?
Sure.
Let's see what this is. I will go with history. Oh, I am a proficient in history. That's neat. History. Yay, 22.
This appears to be and you gather from looking at the other one across the hall. These are two of a set of 4 statues that were highly prized in history for their craftsmanship, depicting 4 ancient fighters from a long lost civilization. You gather they are non magical in nature. You are assuming that the guildmaster bought them and put them here as a display of wealth and power.
Okay. Guys, I just basically found what. All right, I just found the guildmaster just overcompensating. So yeah, you can go ahead. There's some.
I'm gonna work my way across this beach room while flying in the air next to the wall.
All right.
Super sneaky.
These actual books and scrolls.
They are replicas of ancient knowledge tomes and magical scrolls.
Okay.
Non-functioning replicas.
Yeah. Either way, I was gonna take them off.
All right.
After you guys.
You approach another set of doors. These doors, despite what you can see, are actually closed.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't particularly think that they would be trapped in like a royal library. Locked, certainly, but
They're not locked. I was just indicating that they were closed. That you couldn't really see through them or anything.
As Ulu searches across the bridge, both her hands extend down to the water below her, and she forces it to come up a little bit and engulf around her. I cast Armor of
Agathis.
yes.
Agathis.
Yeah, those are tongue twisters.
As a 5th level.
Oh, damn.
As the ice around her forms her kind of armor.
What was that,
All right.
25?
I believe. Hold on.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
25, yeah. That's nice. Because every time you don't lose those hit points, you get hit like a bunch of times and they keep taking 25 damage.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Or you go up against Calbus and you lose it all in one hit, but hey.
I'd take that 25 hit right back in the face.
Yeah, I know.
Alright, Theron, come on.
Does it seem like anything is following us in here? I think that just nice and chill
It does
behind
not
us.
appear so.
Okay.
Yeah, get out of here.
I'm gonna close
What
this
was
door
that?
behind us.
Is that another
Don't worry
person?
about it.
Okay.
I'm gonna close this door behind us as I walk in.
Okay. Ember and Theron, please re-roll me some stealth checks. And perception. Okay. You believe yourself stealth? Ember, you don't really notice anything, but Theron...
I would like to use my inspiration.
Yes!
Alright. You both hear a sound of muffled voices coming from this direction over here.
I would non-verbally corroborate that we heard that, and then motion for the group to wait here as we take a peek-see over here.
Cool.
I guess, could I also cast message just to the party to make sure they fully understand?
Yep, you can do that.
Yeah,
I don't
can
have that
cast
kind of
message.
magic.
Hey, step through and I'll close this door behind us so
Yeah.
that we're protected from behind.
So Ember and Theron, you see Brian and a scrawny-looking boy wearing what appears to be very ragged clothes, and Brian is like offering him a plate, saying, "Yes, you must eat, because if you don't, I'm going to have to take you apart slowly, and that'll be far more painful for you, won't it?"
Can I,
Brian is the worst.
God.
I'm going
Right.
to go back to the party and say, the butler did it.
Yes,
Run
it
to-
did.
Alright. Looks like we're killing a butler.
So I guess you start heading over.
There's no comment out of Ember, just like a pretty much like a nod of, yeah, okay, we found the guy.
I would also like to ready a shot with my bow, just to be careful.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
we've both knocked a shot.
Yeah,
Alright,
I
so-
heard that Sacred Flame as of action.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead, and I will say that everyone can get into position, and you can have one held action before combat ensues, because with Vincent and Calvis and Ulu moving in, none of them stealthed, so he is now alerted to your presence, and he turns and says, "I knew one last meal would be far too much to ask for, wouldn't it? And let's go ahead."
I'm just gonna position myself here. That's all. I'm not going around that corner because I see them knocking, so I'm just like gonna stay around this corner, hopefully out of the sight for a minute. So, but I don't
So-
have like any attacks prepped or anything. I was just getting
Should,
in that position.
You release our arrows first, or do
Yes, go ahead and release your arrows and roll initiative.
Does my Sacred Flame as well?
Bro.
Yes.
Or
Okay, well,
Dexterity.
is a 13 okay? If not, I'd like to add one to it.
would this count as a stealth attack? From us, at least.
Yes. Yours too would be a stealth attack. But since you roll a 13 and an 8 there, you want to add 1 to that, you said?
Yes, I have the capacity to change that 13 into a 14.
Well, that 14 still misses.
If it's alright, I'm going to re-roll the 12, because I had
Okay.
advantage.
God, I don't get it.
So the 18, does that hit?
The 18 misses.
18 misses.
Okay,
Alrighty then.
As you... Let me... Oh, I'm in the wrong layer. That is why. Everyone in?
Except your boy.
Yep. So as you see him sort of smile as these 2 arrows go flying past him, and you hear a deep, sort of guttural laugh and rumble as he suddenly transforms into this.
Oh.
that's kind of what I thought.
Oh, does he well Dexterity? I figured.
Oh, sorry. Yes. 1 second. Let me turn over back to that, and you can all see what you are facing off against.
Yeah.
Rude.
What is it? A dexterity
16.
nat 20.
Oof.
Wow. Okay, that's fine.
Oof.
So, Calvis, you're up first.
Well, dang. So I'm gonna pull my great sword and just be like, ah! Just run right in. I'm going to obviously rage as I approach, which is gonna be a 1. So it needs to make a con save of. That is a good question. Let's see what it is. I don't think it's super high. It is 15. con 15, which, 20. So it doesn't take damage, but I also get this many temporary hit points. 10. That's not bad. That's not bad, 10. So let me put my rage on. Get my rage on. Rage is on. Alright, well, I'm gonna try a Great Weapon Master attack on my first attack. 25, 35, 37 on my first attack on him. Then I'm going to... There's no way I'm gonna get this luck again. So you know what? I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna see if I can get another natural 20. Probably not, but here's a Great Weapon Master attack against him. Okay.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Plus 26, plus 12, so there's 75 damage.
Wait, no, you gotta, oh my gosh, you're making, okay, wait a second.
That's 75 magical damage against this Oni. This big old boy. No, I need my bonus action for when I surge, so, yeah, 75 total damage, and yeah, I have 10 temporary hit points. That is my turn, and those are 2 really good hits. So yeah, that's my turn.
Well, it's going to use a legendary action, and make a glaive attack against you here. Let's see if this is correct. 14. Oh, those numbers are wrong.
That misses.
Okay, that's fine. I will go in and fix that. Theron, you are up.
Question. Whenever I shot it with my arrow, did it just go through it, or did I miss?
So you missed.
Okay, cool.
So, it does not appear that this was an illusion, that it is a shape changer.
So the bell did work.
Yes, it appears that it did.
Okay, yeah, I will steady my bow. And I will take a shot with my longbow.
Okay.
Well, steady aim too, just, I didn't already say that.
That hits.
3. I'm gonna reroll the 21.
Alright.
Oh, I'll
Still
go to
hits.
23.
For 10 damage.
29 damage, actually.
29 damage. Ooh. Getting spicy.
And that's it.
Okay. Vincent.
So I'm gonna take a gander. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is this? Would you consider this an obstruction, or can I just walk that?
It's a cart, so I'd say.
Yeah, you
that,
forgot Ember after me.
Oh, did I?
Oh,
Yep.
yeah. Oh, yeah. I think.
I'll go
you're right,
next.
I did. My bad. Sorry, I completely.
Yeah, I'll just.
When I did
Nah,
that. Ember.
I can go after Vincent and then again back on my regular turn order.
No,
I
we'll
think
go
it-
you. Nope.
Yeah, go ahead. It's fine. I'll just move.
That is
Okay,
my fault. I missed it.
get back there, Vincent.
Go
Okay.
get.
What kind of movement is that? Ba-doop. Okay, I'm gonna take myself here. I'm gonna say, kid, do you trust me to get you out of here?
The kid seeing that and seeing Calbus come in there, he just nods his head emphatically yes.
Alright, I'm gonna use one of my spells in the Ring of Spell Storing to Dimension Door us into the next room.
Okay. Where do you go?
Just onto the bridge.
Okay.
Thank you for being a good sport. I gotta get back in. Unfortunately, I can't move again because that was my full movement. Wait, yes I can. No, yes I cannot because I used my action to use that. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have a bonus action right now. So getting that kid to safety was my turn.
All right. Now, Vincent.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I could get there without like any problems, correct? Without.
Yeah, I'd say like as you got there, you could push that cart full of books out of the way.
Get out of here. Okay, and then I am going to use inflict wound.
Both miss. Well, that misses.
Okay. I will have the zombie come down. 2, 4 here. And I do not have a sheet hug. I should have had zombie.
Do you want me to roll for a zombie attack for you?
It's fine. I already have it. It
Okay.
should be total time attack. 3. Okay. $22.
That hits.
Oh shit, that's my bad. 4.
All right.
That will be the end of both turn.
All right. Well, seeing you move in there and take a couple whacks at him, he's going to take a glaive swing since you missed, but he's going to take a glaive swing against that guy.
Okay.
28 hits.
Is that my zombie or from me?
It's your zombie.
Okay, go ahead.
The other child
oh.
predator.
That one will miss. So
No,
20.
no. That's the damage roll.
Oh, okay then.
So it takes 13.
Is
damage.
it bludgeoning damage or
Slashing?
slashing?
He is, as he transformed, you see him basically reach into nothing and pull out a massive glaive, a glaive that fits his huge size.
All right. Well, he's not dead yet, so you're doing what you're doing. Good job. Okay, that will be the
All right. So it's the Oni's turn, which is exciting, and you see Calbus, since you're and Vincent, since you're right up and close, you see some of the slash wounds on his body start to mend as it heals slightly.
He also has disadvantage on all attacks and movement speed lowered by 10 because my attacks last time.
Oh, you're right. So let me just. 26 was still hit.
Yeah, it's still.
So he's going to take. He has 2 glaive attacks. He's going to take 2 glaive attacks against you, Calbus.
That's rude.
Disadvantage.
That's real rude.
So 26 and 26. Or wait, I didn't.
No, have to roll again.
See, 26.
So
Oh
26.
my god.
Yeah, that will hit.
For 28 damage.
Okay, so 14.
And then
Misses.
12.
Misses.
That will miss.
Cool. Well, that's pretty much all my temporary hit points are gone, and I lose some regular stuff. So, 14. Bam.
Ulu, you are up.
Ulu is going to move 30 feet here, and then as a use item action, she is going to like her ring of ghostly step fucking starts to glow on one of her tentacles, and then she like wiggles the tentacle in a design that etches out with the glow trail of the ring a symbol that activates the ring, and she misty steps to right here. And then, as a bonus action, she will summon forth the spirits of all the children that this thing is fed off of, and weaponize it. And I choose radiant damage,
Okay.
as there is no more beautiful radiant soul than a child's soul.
Any attack you make, damage is radiant. So reduced by 10 feet. Okay. Isn't that the end of your turn?
Indeed.
All right. Well, seeing everyone here, he's going to use his last legendary action to take one more swing against you, Calvus.
Hit me with that disadvantage. It still
19?
hits. I mean, it still hits, yeah.
For, gosh darn it, 13. I'm getting some bad rolls.
So 7 for me.
7.
Alright.
And it's now your turn.
Cool. So I'm gonna shimmy Cocoa Puff into a flanking position with Vincent. So boom, boom, wham. Right there. And since I'm in McFlankin, firstly, no, I'm gonna wait on that. I'm gonna wait, and I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna use a Great Weapon Master and attack at advantage because we do in the flanks.
Okay.
20 to hit.
20 will hit.
All right, so that's 29 damage for the good old boy. So I'm just gonna rinse and repeat because it's been working kind of okay so far. That for some reason isn't showing up, but it is 14. So that's 26 plus 28. So 26 plus 28, that's 54, plus my 29 is 83 so far, and I get a bonus action attack, which is why I didn't use a bonus action for Great Weapon Master when I crit, so I'm gonna do it again, same thing.
Okay.
And there is a 16.
That misses.
Cool, I'm gonna action surge, and do this 2 more times.
Okay.
First flanking advantage hit, 17?
Missed.
Rude. Had to wear off sometime, right?
It did.
It's okay.
3 crits in a row is or the game is.
20.
That one will hit.
All right, so there's another 28 damage for a grand total of 109 damage from Calvus, just like hacking and slashing at this Oni. And yeah, that's my turn. I don't have anything else to do. So yeah.
Oh. All right.
I imagine
well,
he's not happy with me.
He is not happy at all, and so he turns, and you see him like take a huge breath, and using 2 of his legendary action points, cast Cone of Cold against you.
That's rude.
At a 5th level.
Well, that's real rude.
And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, DC 17. You and Ulu both.
Okay.
Since you roped her into that.
I roped no one into nothing. Ulu came over of Ulu's own accord.
What? Wait, Constitution?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I don't know why I was gonna roll this at advantage. I don't have advantage on con saves. So there's 20.
Oh, right. Ulu fails, Calvus passes. Oh my gosh.
13. Okay.
Look at those ones.
Rough, buddy.
So, I rolled a 16 on my concentration. Do I maintain my concentration?
You maintain your concentration, yes. Yep, okay. You needed a 13. That's what the psychic concentration for. Gotcha, that makes sense.
Cool.
So, since he attacked me, would he be taking some of my, my icy damage?
Let me read the wording of your armor. If a creature hits you with a melee attack, so I would say no.
Oh, okay, I didn't know. Okay. I'm resistant to cold damage, so I take half damage.
And as such, you only lose half of your temporary hit points, also, which is nice.
Yes.
But yeah, that was my turn.
All right, Ember, you are up.
All right, so I'm gonna do something weird, and I'm gonna do it anyway, regardless of what your response to this question is. I'm going to
No.
5, 10, 15. Cool. And pretty much judging the fact that I'm not going to be able to get back and be able to fire at the same time, would you say that this wall is about 5 feet of obstruction? Is a 5 foot width?
I'm gonna have to say yes, it's more than 5 feet, just because it does seem to extend out into this a bit.
All right. Well,
you know what? I know what you're gonna do. I'm gonna let you do it.
I'm gonna fire strictly with my soul phase bow into where I would imagine that this huge creature is still presently.
Okay.
So roughly that front section of him, probably.
Okay.
So let's see. Would you like any modifiers, disadvantage, or anything on it?
You know, no, we'll just say a straight roll.
Okay. 16. Gosh. Okay.
That misses.
Well, and that
That one will hit.
and then that.
And that one will hit.
I would like to make that second one an enfeebling arrow and the third one a grasping arrow. If I can do 2. I don't know if I can do 2 in a turn. Actually, hold on. Nope, once per turn. So ignore the grasping arrow because he's not moving. So just enfeebling arrow.
Okay.
So along with
first
the
off,
20
that's-
magical piercing
Okay. Then
and
he has
8
to make a-
necrotic.
he
And
has to
then
make a con save.
yes, con save, which fat chance for that big guy, but
19.
yeah, okay. So no worries about that. Still worth the shot. Yeah. And then I'll take my extra 15. Get myself there.
Okay. Theron, you are up.
Well, I think I'm gonna just, if it worked once, it'll work again, hopefully. Steady aim.
Okay.
I will re-roll
Reroll
the
that 20.
20. So yeah,
16
26.
still hits. 9 and
28.
19. All right.
That's it.
Vincent.
Okay, so I'm gonna do. Let me just see a thing. Weapon strikes. Okay. Okay, so it's a weapon, so I can't do it like that. I am gonna take a gander, and I'm going to use at 6th level inflict wounds. Advantage.
Oh man, that is mean for a 6th level inflict wounds.
Oh, you have no clue. And you know how death clerics roll, so
Yeah,
it would be.
What
really?
is that?
Okay. So that's that.
Hold on.
Plus.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna do that math
plus
for you because
this.
that's not right. 9 plus 16 is normal. Plus 25 plus 50. No, that's not. Hold on. Oh, so it's actually gonna be because you're rolling 8d10 total, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's yeah. And what's your death cleric amount for touch of death?
Touch of death. It would be 5 plus my cleric level, so that'd be.
It's 5 plus
27,
twice your cleric level.
Yeah, twice.
So
right,
27.
So yeah, 29. Sorry, that's my bad. Yeah.
Jesus, you think I do a lot of damage in a round with all my swings? You just did 143 necrotic damage.
Okay. So, by the way, if he does have resistance necrotic, yeah, screw that shit. And I guess as a bonus action, just ask my zombie to attack with a 20.
Jesus.
Oh, that hits.
Oh,
Roll that
right.
1d6 plus 1. Oh my gosh.
It's
3.
pretty excellent.
All right. Yeah. Your zombie is much weaker than you, but that's a lot of damage, yo.
Okay. Well, he's going to take a legendary action,
Of
and
course.
he did not like that at all. But these are at disadvantage, correct?
Yes, because I crit last time.
Yeah.
Still keep freaking critting. No,
Hey, man.
no, I have to see. Were they real crits or were they your fake crits?
They're not fake crits, they're real crits. For in
No,
that one, that last one was a 20. Thank you.
That last one was a 19.
No, it wasn't. The last one I crit on was a 26 with a. Oh, I guess it is 19 plus 11. It just turns it into a 20. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a real crit for a champion. That's why people play champions. I'm sorry your characters will never be able to crit on 18s like me. Get out of here.
Alright, so let's just see here. Nope, so he misses on that one, but it's now his turn. And he's still going to slash at you, because he did not like that at all. So...
Still at this. Oof, yeah.
26 to hit.
Who, me?
Vincent.
Oh, okay. I think that's going to hit Vincent. Yeah.
For 26 slashing.
Oof.
And he's going to go through again. 23 to hit.
Yep.
Oh, for 11?
37 damage is a lot, though.
Okay. It is now Ulu's turn.
Yes.
You also did see him heal back up slightly. Nowhere near the amount of damage that was just dealt to him.
Okay. I will move to, right here. So that, everything, we have that perfect,
Perfect square.
triangle of flanking, yes. Love triangle, yes. And then, I shall, fuck, what was I gonna do? I had it planned out. Okay, so as a bonus action, I'm going to attack it with the tentacle of the deep, for which I will summon. That is the wrong thing. Where'd that go? Oh, okay. There. So as a bonus action, I do that.
That misses.
That does. Okay, sweet. But it is now out. That is very important.
Did you put it out on the field yet or no?
I'm about to.
Okay.
I shall put it right here. Well, no, right here. And then, as an action, I will outstretch one of my tentacles that start to kind of like electrify, like an eel. As I lightning over it, but it's renamed. I need a DC 18 strength check.
Actually, not proficient in strength checks.
Oh, it will be all down.
16.
Okay, that fails. So it is moved towards me, but like it doesn't really matter. It doesn't need to move. It's already by me, so it's just gonna take the lightning damage. Now, because it's taking damage from me, it also takes what was that? Like a D8 or 2D8?
1d8 extra damage. Higher levels, 4th or higher, it's 1d8.
I only cast at 5th level, so.
Okay, so it's 2d8 then.
Okay, so 2d8 from the spirit children. Yes. Let them punish him for his deeds. Where is it? Yes. Excellent. Why didn't that roll?
It did. It rolled.
Oh, I'm just super scrolled up. Smart. Okay. So, 7 radiant damage.
Okay. Is that your turn?
Yes, it is. And his movement is restrained 10 feet from the spirit. Children
So
could
he
eat
has
that.
20 feet less movement total.
Well, then the Tentacle of the Deep doesn't, because it didn't hit, right?
No, the Tentacle of the Deep didn't do anything, but,
Oh,
if
the
he,
lightning?
like, if he's within 10 feet of me, the children
Oh, the children,
spirits
gotcha.
cling at his very being.
Well, he doesn't really want to go anywhere because he's going to turn and take a slash at you with his legendary action. So,
Who, me?
disadvantage? Yes. The one who hits him
Excellent.
with lightning and radiant damage.
Come at me, bro.
Nope.
Oh.
It missed.
13 misses?
I'm assuming 13 misses Ulu.
No, 13 hits.
Oh, it's better than the crit then.
He's
So
at disadvantage right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you take 17 and he takes 25.
Okay, yes, excellent. This is the type of trade I like to make.
But you are now out of your armor of Agathis.
Right, but I still did damage.
Alright.
You did.
My turn.
Alright, Calvis.
Well, I'm gonna do a Great Weapon Master flanking advantage attack and see what happens here.
Okay.
12.
That's misses.
Alright, let's just do a regular one. A regular flanking attack.
Son of a...
So there's 30, and I get a bonus action
Yep.
attack. Alright, so I'll save my adrenaline potion for next time when I don't crit. Give myself another immediate short rest. Anyway, here is another flanking Great Weapon Master attack.
That misses.
Alright, well let's just do the old standard. There you go. So there's a...
Wait.
That's
How are you getting another attack?
because of bonus action. Oh, I only meant to do it. I don't meant to do it twice. I meant to just do it that third time. Maybe. You can ignore the last one. I didn't mean it. It just happened.
I will.
So either way, it takes 30 damage. Yes, 30 damage, and yes, that is how things go. It's just chilling with 30 magical damage to the face.
All right.
That's it.
Ember, you are up.
Okay. Now that I can actually get some good sight on him. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's sight. I am not having luck with my hits. Let's just make sure I can get at least one arcane shot off. So 14, nope. 30,
30
yes.
Will hit.
Okay, so 19. Yeah, let's go for grasping. So 13 magical piercing plus 7 poison, and he is wrapped. I don't think he's gonna move, but whatever, it's fine. Those 2. Risky shot time. Nope.
Nope. But fun fact, he now has no movement.
I think you, or maybe that's Pathfinder, but I think you can take a minimum of 5 feet no matter what.
No,
Well,
you can be dropped to 0. Yeah.
Okay, action surge. 'Cause
Bam, bam,
as
bam.
well. That one, and that one, and that one. I hope the
2
19
hits.
hits. Yay! 23 and 21 on that. Okay, so 23, 21, 44, 64.
Is that your turn?
That will be my turn. I don't have much in the way of bonus action.
Gotcha. Well, he was going to try to get away, but he really
Bet.
can't. So he's going to use his last 2 legendary action points and hit a ray of or a cone of cold out this direction, and we'll be catching the zombie, Antherin, and Ember. So DC 17 con save.
But I have
Alright.
the coverage from being partially obstructed by the statue.
I'll say you have half cover, but it is cold, so it's sort of all enveloping. So 23 you pass.
Would that be advantage or just normal?
I'll say that you'll take half damage if you succeed, and then quarter if you don't. Or quarter if
you said con?
Yeah, so you'll take half damage if you fail. So you'll take half damage. Ember, you take half damage, and Zombie takes full of 19. So 10, 10, and 19 for the zombie. Good, he's finally dead again. Theron, it is your turn.
I'm gonna look at him and say that was not very nice.
Actually, sorry. There's now a frozen statue of Victoro standing there.
Yes. I'll just steady aim at him again.
Okay.
I'll reroll a 12. Okay, the 21. You said 21 does hit?
Yes, 21 does hit.
Okay, and 28 damage.
You guys are chipping away.
That's it.
Vincent. Gonna hit me with that juicy crit again.
Right, sorry, my bad. I still have flanking, right?
Yep, you still have linking.
Okay, I'm gonna use inflict wounds. The 27 hit.
27 will hit. So
okay. At level 5, because I wasted off all my levels, my 1 level 6 spell slot. Really? Wow. Okay, so 21, 12, 33. And 29. So 62. Because I'm doing the thing again.
Your channel divinity.
Yeah, my channel divinity. Thank you.
Alright, wait a second here.
Wasted off.
So 21 and 12 would be 33.
So it's 5. Wait, what level are you?
Level 12.
So it's 29.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
So it's 29 plus 33. Yeah, that's 62.
Okay.
Jesus.
And well, my zombie's gone, so I don't think I have anything that is a bonus action. Let me see. Nope. No, there's nothing else. It's good.
Alright, he's gonna take 1 attack against you, Vincent, and 1 attack against Calbus. First one's here against Vincent.
Disadvantage.
Yes, I know.
Misses.
Alright, second attack against Calbus.
Does not miss. That
For 20 slashing.
Meh, it's only 10, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't care. Come at me, bruh. You
Alright. Ulu. It is your turn.
As an action, Ulu is going to just vanish as a big booming implosion happens where her form used to be, as she comes bustling out of the books over here. As she has casted Thunderous Steel.
Can you post spell.
I'm about to.
Cool.
Where is that? Oh my god, so many T stuff. There it is. It just not post? What the hell? Oh, right. So, that would be at 5th level, so I can go ahead and nip that. Group. So, I don't know if I can find the lore code so you can read what it does.
Each creature within 10 feet of the space you left can make a Constitution saving throw. Okay.
DC 18.
You say con save?
Yep.
20.
Okay. So I believe it still takes half damage.
Yep, or take half damage on a successful one.
Okay. So,
15.
that would be 20, yeah.
Alright, is that your turn?
No.
Oh.
That was an action. Also, I believe it would take damage from the children.
It does.
So, group. And then, as a bonus action, I will attack with the tentacle.
Okay.
As soon as I can find it on my sheet. I'm sorry, there's so many things labeled tentacle on here.
It's like you have a theme.
Yeah, of some sort. Why did that just not roll? Oh man. There it goes.
That hits.
Okay, so that'll be 3 cold, and that'll be 10 additional movement reduced from him. So now he can move nowhere on no space.
Is that your
the
turn?
Children, yes. I believe the children are also, removing another 10 feet.
Well, so he's currently got 10 feet from Ember, 10 feet from the tentacle, 10 feet from the children, and 10 feet from Calbus.
Oh, and I believe because the tentacle hit, and he's still within 10 feet of me, he would take more damage from the children.
Can you repost the children's spell?
Yes, just a moment.
It's any attack you make deals extra damage when you hit a creature within 10 feet of you. So, there you go. There you go.
But are you the one making the attack?
Yes, it's just an extension of me.
Okay. Roll it.
Did it? I believe I already did. It was 4.
Okay. Alright, is that your turn?
Yes.
Alright, well. Oh. Does a 12 hit you?
Ooh,
Me?
me?
Ulu.
Just meats, yes.
Ooh, man, that crit would have been bad time.
33 slashing damage.
It would have been double that. Oof.
It would have been a 63. Well, that would have dropped
That would
you.
have,
Yeah.
yeah, that would have just dropped me. So, 33 damage?
33.
Okay, so minus 33. Alright, there you go.
Calbus, you are up.
Do you have to roll that con check before I go? Or is it my turn?
Yes, so con save of 17.
Alright. Bam. Alright, well, I think it's time for me to get spicy. I only have one of these, so... How's this guy looking, actually?
He's looking pretty hurt.
Alright. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna drink this adrenaline potion. this right here. So I immediately will get the benefit of a short rest as a bonus action. So, I am gonna go ahead and attack this dude at advantage. I'm gonna do my first attack, Great Weapon Master. Wham. 24.
That hits.
Alright, that's a total of, shall we say, 26. I'm gonna keep track over here so I don't forget. I'm gonna do it again, same. 19.
Hits.
19, that's another 28. Alright, I'm gonna action surge, which was the point of me taking that potion. So I'm gonna get 2 more attacks. I'm just gonna keep on keeping on. He has 10 feet slower movement currently from me.
That misses.
Cool. My last one will just be a regular flanking attack. 25 for 19 more for a grand total of 73. And he doesn't have disadvantage on any attacks now because I did not crit this time around.
That is correct.
But he is 10 feet slower, so.
He is 10 feet slower.
Not that I think it's gonna do a whole bunch, but yeah, that is my turn.
He's gonna take a straight attack against you.
Rude.
20?
He will hit with a 20.
For 17.
So 9. Got it.
Just a 9. Ember.
Okay. I'm gonna take a few steps back just because I can. And then let's get myself one of my arcane shots off. Hopefully 18.
Misses.
If only I could use the Pentaforce. How about a 24?
That hits.
Alright, we'll give it an enfeeble. So, con save again. This is the best I got, guys.
17.
Okay, so that's fine, but all that damage is through. Pew! Dang. Okay. I'll move a bit and that, so I'm okay. Turn
Right.
over.
Theron, you are up.
Well, I'm just gonna, ain't broke, don't fix it.
These effects.
Steady aim.
Just hits.
Wow, there you go.
Can I just reroll that 24 just for fun?
Sure, absolutely.
That's really funny.
All right. So.
Alright, so 16 plus 20 plus 30. That's 72 for the sneak attack crit.
Okay, a bit of damage.
Wee bit.
That's it.
All right. Vincent.
How is this thing looking?
He's looking hurt.
Hurt is all. That's it.
I mean,
Okay.
he's looking pretty bloodied.
All right.
You know?
All right.
His wounds are opening faster than they are shutting.
Okay. Since his wounds are I'm gonna keep inflicting those wounds. So at level 5 is a 19.
Just hits.
I do not have the Channel Divinity, so you got a
Okay.
19 plus 5, so 29.
All right.
And
Because
yeah.
Is that your turn?
I will drink bonus action a greater healing.
that's a good move because he's taking a retaliatory swing at you before his turn starts.
Julio.
25 to hit
Yes, it does.
for 22.
Both of those
as
will hit.
As a reaction, the tentacle gets in between Vincent and the Oni, reducing that attack by 1d8. So 6 of that.
So your
is
healing
negated.
potion does nothing. It is
Oh.
completely negated.
Okay. If
Wait.
anything, I would still take it because I'm still damaged. So.
Well, I mean, yes, but I'm just saying that the 16 that you healed was just removed by the 20 or the 16 from the damage.
All right. It's what. Okay. So.
Ulu, can you roll the con save for your Spirit Shroud?
Why? When you do attack me?
When I hit you with that 12 for 33 damage.
Oh,
Right,
yeah.
for your-
Bro.
Children are gone. So he finally has 10 feet of movement.
Yes.
Woohoo! Okay. So it is his turn. He does not like. He can't reach the two archers who've been going at him. So he's going to try to deal with the ones who've been slowing him down, which is primarily Calvis. So 2 attacks against you.
Mm-hmm. Probably both gonna hit. That
18?
one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the second one will miss. The 18 does hit.
So 31 slashing,
Alright.
reduced to 16.
Yep.
Ow. Then. I probably should have started with that. Oh well. Ulu, you are up.
Alright.
I do apologize. We have run a little bit long.
No, it's
So-
chill, man. So as a bonus action, as soon as I can get rid of this thing, for some reason it won't go away, or maybe I've made multiple of them. That's not good. Oh jeez. Okay. So as a bonus action, I'm gonna attack with the tentacle of the deep.
Okay. That
That
misses.
misses. Kind of ruins the role play, but whatever. And then as a action, I activate the ring once again to Misty Step 30 feet away. Up here.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that your turn?
Yes, bonus action attack, and then main action to Misty
Okay.
Step. Yep.
Calpus.
Alright, I'm gonna drink a healing potion as my bonus action. So here's my superior healing potion.
Ooh.
Okay, cool. 30 heals. I'm still flanking. You know, I just gotta keep doing what I'm doing and hoping eventually it works out. 22
hits.
for 26. And then 21
That hits.
for 27. So that's what, another
He is
53?
looking very bloodied.
Yeah, another 53. And I'm gonna look at Vincent and be like, I think we can kill him this time. Kill him. And that's my turn.
All right. Ember, you are up.
Sure. all I got left is me and my bow. So, let's see what we can do.
Hit.
59.
Theron, you are up.
I need 1 second to think here. Yeah, I'll just do the good old. I'll take another shot.
Okay.
With steady aim, of course. Reroll the 18.
Okay. So
32.
32. All right.
That's it.
Vincent.
This thing needs to die. Okay, let me see. So you know what I'm gonna do. Wait, am I still in flanking? Just make sure, 'cause I have not been.
Yeah,
Okay,
you still
great.
flanking.
All right. So inflict wounds. 26.
That hits.
Right, level 4 because I'm a level 5. Oh, God. Oh. How does that do?
What is that?
28 plus
46.
8.
46.
26.
Please describe to the party how you kill the Oni.
Alright. As this thing has just been mending itself over and over, I, just as about to the next turn, I just reach in my hand and just delve in and deliver a shock of necrotic energy as it breaks apart and it is in.
So you hit this creature right in its solar plex, and you can see its like body's trying to like heal back over this gaping wound that you just left, and then the body just starts to almost like implode on itself as this black energy that you just released into it just forces its way out, and you see all of these previous wounds that have been shut and healed over just reopen as it just crumbles down and slowly dissolves into nothing. And combat is over.
Woo!
Man, that was a lot of well-timed crits for me to keep
Lots
everybody.
of not ones on damage.
Right, I honestly think a lot of those crits is what kept us alive. Those disadvantage attacks negated so many of his crits.
Yes, they did.
All right.
Fun time.
Well,
What do you guys want to do?
I'm gonna.
I guess investigate the Oni.
All right.
Those crits were also always like the second attack.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too.
Roll me. Okay.
Speaking of crits.
Well, there's not a whole lot there. But you do find his massive glaive.
Oh,
Glaive.
I will take it. Is it like a +1 or? Doesn't matter. I'm just gonna sell it anyways. I just want monetary value.
So it is not a +1 glaive. It is a magical weapon. It is a custom magical weapon.
Oh.
And I do not think if you want to take the time, if you want to roll me an Arcana check.
Here, I'll just
Okay.
do this. I can just tell you what it's
Identify.
enchanted with. There you go.
Okay. So you sense that this glaive was specially crafted by the Oni to handle his ability to change shapes.
Ooh.
And you sense that the weapon damage scales much better with larger creatures than a normal weapon would.
Interesting.
I still want to know what the hell this thing is, so I'm gonna roll Arcana, even though I suck at it. 13.
Well, I will tell you, it's called the Oni's Glaive. It is a +2 glaive, and as I said, it grows with the user like a weapon normally would if they were to be hit with the enlarged spell, but instead of dealing the extra d6, the damage die doubles. So it would be 2d10 instead of 1d10.
Oh. I will basically stuff my lame long +1 longsword, and I will take this.
Out of
Do you have a description of
curiosity,
it? That I copy and paste it?
Yeah, I mean, do.
Also, is it an attunement weapon, or is it just like...
No, it is not an attunement weapon, but I will. 1 second.
what I'm buying next time?
Gotta buy those enlargement potions. Get big.
Yeah, man. It's full.
They are useful. I was gonna drink one, but where I was not gonna be able to fit.
Yeah.
I was gonna just be stuck. Be like, ugh, my back hurts. It's too tight. Too tight. The glutes do not fit.
All right.
Yeah, sure. I will. Hey, Vincent, can I borrow that glaive for a split second?
Sure. Yeah.
Hold him by
You-
the hair.
Just like, yeah,
I
sure.
am
go
going
ahead.
to remove his head with his own glaive. Just spin it around and whew, slice it off, and then I'll hand Ember. Well, I'll hand Vincent the glaive, take the head, and hand the head to Ember, and then, give you a thumbs up.
Gotcha.
Here you go.
just oh, never mind.
Go ahead.
What is the shape of the rest of the body?
What's left of it? Roll a nature check.
Did I notice anything else magical in the 60 feet around me other than us and the glaive?
No.
Okay.
It appears to be giant in nature. Like it has the build of a giant. Or are you asking like the actual like integrity of the body?
Integrity.
No. That last inflict wounds, like it is just pulsating with necrotic energy being dissolved and eaten.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. You left a right mess in the royal what was the royal library?
Do these stairs go upstairs or anywhere?
No, they don't. They go down, but they just go down to a lower level, and there's nothing down there.
Okay, so we don't find any bodies other than the sun.
Nope. You can all roll. Well, with the 15, you would know that it was an Oni, and everyone else could roll a nature or history check.
Sure, my -1.
Here we go.
It's just a big thing that has no
Okay.
head.
So with the 17 and 18, you would know that Onis are secretive. They are a giant-like creature, but they do enjoy eating humans. So you imagine that the lack of bodies is very easily explained.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Well,
And
I don't think there's anything else here. We'll just have to let them come clean it up.
Actually, could I do a quick perception check? Just while
Sure.
we're over here, see if anything looks like it's maybe out of place.
Sure. No, doesn't look like anything's out of place other than, all of the damage from the battle.
we got a big stick, a big glaive, a shield.
Alright, I'm gonna make my way back here. Hey, kid.
Before we leave, I'm gonna kick this.
Roll initiative as the statue comes to life.
No.
I hope you're all ready for round 2.
Hey, kid, how you feeling? You need carried or are you good to walk?
I think I could walk.
I'm just gonna yeet him up on my shoulders. Just bam. Let's go.
No, no.
yeah.
Maybe flying is the way to go.
Here, catch him.
Oh.
I just toss him
Oh.
to you.
I could do both of you. I can do both of you better. Give me a second.
You're gonna levitate him and push him around.
No.
No, you're gonna summon an
behind
angel.
you.
That's funny. Summon an angel to carry him.
Yeah, he is not drawn to scale. Could you just like supersize him?
That's funny. That would almost be more
Yeah.
terrifying, I think. Just, it's like, oh god. I look over, I'm like, ooh. Well, I guess this guy's got it. All right, let's take this kid home, I guess, to his terrible person of a dad.
All right.
I
So
don't believe this is the son. This just looks like Raggedy Child, unfortunately. At least from my perspective. I don't know.
I mean, Raggedy Child or not.
We'll take him back
I
to
don't
this
want
guy.
Raggedy Child to go to that dad.
Well, if it's not his dad, we'll take him
Hey,
to
kid,
the guild
if you're
for
not
adoption.
if you're not his son, you want to come for me? Just adopting random.
Adopting zombies and children.
I mean, worst case scenario, if it isn't his son, he could probably get a job in Rusty's.
Become a rogue.
Hey.
This is how every rogue starts their life. They're adopted
oh no.
by a death cleric and a party of random
no.
adventurers.
You are now
I could train
Spoonlicker
another
number
rogue.
2.
You could train another rogue, and I have lots of swords, so here. This might be
Yeah.
too heavy for you forever, but, you know. I guess let's take him and see if this... Kid, is your name Johnny?
Yes, how'd you know?
Alright, this is the kid. Because your dad's paying us
No
to get
kid.
you. Do you like your dad?
I mean, he's not the nicest, but
Do you want to get adopted by the scary man over here? I point to
Hey.
Vincent.
no, he was. Did he have Victorio? Like, where's Victorio?
Oh,
Victorio? Oh,
Vic-
I'm sorry, kiddo.
Vic-
It looks like this Oni guy sent his friends to go and kill Victorio.
Yeah.
And they brought him back as
Yeah.
a,
yeah. He tried to eat him and he killed him in the bar, and, well, we had to utilize him
Yeah.
somehow.
Yeah.
He was such a great person.
He was.
Okay.
His last dying message was to just bring along, just to like save you. Yeah, let's go.
Let's get out of here.
So is that a
Okay.
no on the adoption thing? I'm just there with
so
Batman at
you
this point.
make your way back, and Brian is clearly gone.
Found your kid.
Yeah.
It was your butler. He
Gotcha.
was a giant piece of crap that ate people. So
I don't believe you. Brian would never do anything like that.
here we got his head.
And
Vincent
his glaive.
or Ember, whoever has his head, to put it on. Just throw it on the desk. No subtlety.
Seeing his son at this point walks in, and his mother goes weeping and holds it. Yes, you take the book, and inside it provides a lot of both scientific and theoretical evaluation of the warlock patrons, where they get their powers and where their patrons get their powers. So, well, as promised, here's your rewards, and you each get 1,200 gold.
Nice. All the money.
And then looking at each of you says, I hope you don't mind, but I took the liberty of perusing some of my personal magic items, and I feel that these items might come in handy to each of you. And he looks over at Ulu and says, you seem a bit of a slippery gal, and he hands you a very nice cloak that you will be able to figure out is a cloak of displacement.
That's a good one.
I might have some of these wrong, so I apologize if I do. He looks over at Dieter.
Yes.
He sees outside the game. He's very good at this.
No, he sees that I'm one and the same. This is me.
Okay. He looks at Ember and says, you seem like you're potentially up to maybe some no good here. He hands you a rope of entanglement and dimensional shackles. To Theron, he looks at your bow, and he just sort of chuckles and says, "A dragon bow? I don't believe that that's even remotely powerful enough." And he hands you a stirring Dragon's Wrath longbow.
Oh, Jesus.
And if you could please roll me a d6.
Got it.
A 5. Let me see here. You'll have to build it yourself. No, there's not much more relevant. It'll just be going. So I apologize again for running late. If you need to dip, I can send you the information on the items. But you successfully saved the kid. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is a thunderbow. Theron. So if you use D&D Beyond, you sort of have to build it yourself. If you use Roll20, then I think you'll have to do the same anyway because they're not exactly there. But as a... and then Calbus, he looks at your weapons and says something similar and hands you a Dragon's Wrath longsword.
Ooh.
So...
Great sword or long sword?
Great sword. Sorry, great sword.
Dragon's Wrath great sword, huh?
Yeah, for some reason, D&D Beyond only has them listed as long swords.
Oh,
Like they only have the long sword
that's weird.
in there.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. So as stirring, it has a +1 to both that, and then on a hit you also deal 1d6, and on a crit, each animal or each creature of your choice within 5 feet of the target takes 5 of the damage as well. So.
I gotta find it on here. Is it stirring or is it weakened? That's what I'm looking
Stirring.
for. Okay.
If you're looking for stirring. Those weapons are also upgradable if you kill a dragon of a higher quality of the same type. So, Alex, if you could also roll a d6.
Yeah, sure. Here we go. 1.
Yours is acid.
Cool. Stirring. Drag. Actually, I gotta find it. Dragon.
And then looking at Vincent, he says, "You seem like a rather dark fellow. Yeah, I think that this might be more suitable for you. Maybe brighten you up a bit." And he hands you a Mace of Disruption.
Ooh, yeah.
Now, we had talked about reflavoring it to necrotic, but I don't really think it fits with the whole being able to do extra damage to undead.
I was wondering, instead of, because I don't really care either way, would you just give it the Oni glaive and just re-flavor it as the glaive of? It'll still be the same thing, but I'll just switch it to like a glaive instead. With a glaive instead.
Yeah, that's fine.
Awesome. So we just got a glaive of disruption.
Yep. So yeah, with that, he thanks you again, sends you off back to the guild, where you all have a rompous story to tell Spoonlicker.
Spoonlicker, I got a glaive. Wash it off for me. There's lots of blood on it.
That's fine.
Fine.
There you go. All right.
So, with that, everyone, thank you so much for playing. This has been Think of the Children. I hope you had fun. If you reached the level up point, congratulations. If not, you're one game closer to doing so.
Yay!
We could get Tyler on level 7 spells now. Awesome. All right.
7th level spells are just broken. But they're fun.
I am going to go and sleep. Thanks again, Chandler.
Yes. Have a wonderful night, everyone.
All right. Night.
Hey,
Yes.
Sorry, can I ask you one thing just to understand this?